Rubber duckies, you're the one. That's 10 days ago. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Firearm's working.
Audio's working.
Yep.
Check 1, check 2, test 1, test 2, 3 testes? 3 testes are more fun for you. Nerf life or no life. You ain't got that in view very well, do you?
Try and fix it, raise it up.
Probably, before we get people in there. Go all the way up. Get your hand off in front of that fucking thing.
Yes.
Fuck up away.
It is all the way up.
I'll just set it down so it all falls. Is that what you want? Raise it up.
Okay.
Hold on. This is my bad. I should have babysat. See things set up a certain way, you would think that you kind of like, oh, maybe that was that way for a reason. I don't know, man. What the fuck? Is that a better view of the guns? I had to fix it because I let my son set it up. Yeah, what do you need it for? J&K, how are you doing, man? I was just, I responded to you a few minutes ago, actually. I'll be releasing that checkmate video so you can see what I lube on them. That Lucas Extreme Grease, you'll see a dramatic difference between the two. If you have to ask how much a Barrett costs, you definitely wouldn't be able to afford it. Yeah, my kids are all home today too. We are just over 100 hours away from being fully monetized now, which sounds like a lot, but it's not. We usually get between 40 and 60 hours and a couple hours on a live. So if we do a long one, like we did yesterday, a real long one, we'll be fully monetized by middle of the week next week. Mohammed, I'm good. How are you? Give me a soda. Join the conversation too. J&K, hopefully you hang out for a while today. But if you got stuff to do, I get it. But we'll make you a moderator. So if or when these other channels pop up, the other gun guys, you'll be able to click on their channels to be able to check out their channel, and then in turn get some more support on your channel. It's networking at its finest. It's really cool when a bunch of other gun channels show up. I'm usually pretty blessed most of them show up. What's up, big ol' 4,000 away from money? Man, do your lives. It'll happen. So I'm just over 100 hours away. So might as well. Big O, you want to be a moderator too? You gonna hang out for a while? If not, we'll make you one either way. But J and K, I don't know if you're familiar with Big O's channel. He's an old school dude. He's got some pretty badass shit guns too. Big O, same thing. If you're not familiar with J and K, you'll be able to check out his channel. He's got good stuff going. He's up and coming. So, but definitely Big O and J and K, both of you, when you start deciding to do more lives, or Big O, give me a heads up, man. Because a lot of times I don't see it, but if you give me like a notice, 24-hour notice, I'll make sure I'm there. If I can be. But yeah, we can give you a moment of silence. Do we play Reveille? Hold on, we'll do this right. Play music.
So, search. Top.
Just give me a second, Maverick. I want to do this right for you, okay? Hopefully I don't get a strike over this. Just want to make sure I got the right one before I play this out loud. So, the lad here. Skip ad.
Go on.
All right, gentlemen. Let's give our friend from the north here some respect. When we do our Memorial Day one, we'll make sure we play.
Yeah.
Alright, that was good. Alright, Maverick. That's out to all your Canadian firearm rights. Somebody asked a minute ago, let's see.
His challenger, he asked.
Why do we have the cartridges in the trigger guards holding the guns up like that? Well, that way you're actually able to see the firearms in a little better detail. Otherwise, the firearms would be flat, and it would be extremely hard to pick up any of the detail in the firearm. John Wick, yep. Maverick right above you asked if we could give him a moment of silence for Canadian firearms rights. And I thought that was a little more fitting than a moment of silence. So, but John, I appreciate you hanging out last night. That was really solid for you and Awu to do that, and not a sponsor. So that was solid. I'm glad you guys did that. What did we have for hours on that?
Last night?
Yeah.
19.9.
So out of however many hours that was, it was 19 hours of view time. So that helps. We with the long lives we did yesterday and last night, we are just about at 100 hours total time. Sam Moore, how are you doing, sir? If I could do a eat, I would. Maverick, no. This is just the firearms are just for conversation, but most of the people that you're going to see come in here are just here for the conversation. There are other content creators. Actually, like most of them are right now that's in the chat. So John Wick, he's got a video. Sam Moore, he's got a pretty big channel. Jane K's got a good channel. Patriot Arms has a really good channel. Big O's in here. He has a channel. I don't think I'm missing anybody, am I?
I don't.
If I am, I'm sorry. Yeah, we always get asked about wheel guns, so we figured we'd do a wheel gun Friday. Stifler Manufacturing. I'm glad to see you. Yes, you are our manufacturing source. I'm gonna crack that window just a little. I'm glad to see you in here today, Stifler. You can. Sam, are you gonna hang out for a little while? We'll bump you here in a second to be a moderator.
I'm good.
That's good. That way, if you want to hang out and check out some of these other guys, if you don't know them, you're more than welcome to. But we are right about 100 hours to being monetized. So probably do a live today for a few hours, and then I don't know, Saturday or Sunday or something. We were actually gonna go shooting. Gage and I were sitting here talking. We're like, hey, let's go shoot this. He hasn't shot the Shadow Systems yet. And I'm like, let's go shoot that. Let's go shoot the Gerson and the Beretta, do a side-by-side comparison. And he's like, if we stay and we do a live, we could probably be monetized towards the middle of the week, because YouTube's always like four days behind on their hours. Okay, man. Well, you're welcome to hang out as long as you can, and hopefully we'll catch you down the road. Yeah, make your videos, man. Make that money. So unfortunately, we gotta suck through it and just get these hours in, so we're done. I have to fill out my AdSense tax paper information. I have money sitting there. I just haven't been worried about filling out any of my tax information until it's actually the channel's fully monetized. So as soon as we get the 4,000 hours here, which then today, tomorrow, we'll fill that out. And I don't know what point of the month they cut checks, but we have money coming. So, yeah, Maverick, if you haven't, consider subscribing to the channel. So my channel, we shoot. My kids and I shoot competitions. So I like to document that. Through many years of firearm hoarding, I've amassed a small collection. So we show that sometimes. As the channel is monetized, we'll be doing more videos. We have media passes to GunCon, which is another SHOT Show type thing. We have some tours coming up with some manufacturing facilities. So I guess basically, if you like firearms, like firearm content, if you like the family atmosphere of, you know, a dad taking their kids shooting and the kids getting progressively better and being able to see that, this is probably the channel for you. If you want to just meet some people and chat and hang out, man, you got the right place. Orange Smoke, how are you doing, sir? It's good to see you. Butter.
Yeah, it's nice to see Butter too.
Yeah, Butter. That's Patriot Arms. He found that emoji. It's funny as hell.
Mm.
So, but yeah, it's nerf for nothing. You like that? We figured here in about an hour we'll start getting the kids from school. So we're right about 100 hours I need left to be fully. So my AdSense is already all verified. I just need to fill out the actual tax paperwork. So I just have to submit the tax paperwork. That's the only thing left to do. The AdSense verification process, that was done already a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. So I just didn't want to submit paperwork or my tax paperwork until it was actually worth doing so. So any firearm you have access to is a good choice for home defense. There may be better options, but depending on where you live, like if you live in the city in an apartment complex, or if you live in a rural community or out in the country, there's definitely things that may work better than others. I wouldn't use like a 45-70 for home defense. I mean, I might. I shouldn't say I wouldn't, but in the city I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yep. I haven't seen pull that up. My kid's gonna pull up that Dark Series right now. There's a lot of good options. If you can't have an AR, and our AR-15 is honestly it's a little overkill for home defense. With the exception again, if you live in a rural area, you know, live out in the country or you know just way out in the sticks. But generally speaking, a 223 rifle, in my opinion, probably isn't the best option for a deer rifle. Oh, that is sick. Huh. How much? How many cheeseburgers? It was right on top. It was right on top.
Was it? It's the
Oh,
Sears
mama.
model.
I need to do some new lever guns too. That's one thing I don't have very many of. I was looking at that Trapper 45-70 when I bought that Thompson. D-Dog, what's shaking, man? How are you doing? We're right about 100 hours away from being fully monetized. So if you guys have a computer or another device that you're not using, turn that stuff on. Help me get these hours. Or not. You don't have to. I'm kind of begging now because we're so close.
So,
Oh, that's not even expensive.
Yeah.
That's not expensive at all. Huh. We'll have to check that out. The only things kept me away from levers years ago was price and quality arms. Just didn't have the money. Couldn't justify it over more modern arms. Yeah, I can understand that. That makes sense. I think definitely, you know, lever guns. Henry's always been decent. Marlin was real good for a while, and they kind of fell off, and then they kind of got better. Now they're making good firearms. Ruger makes good firearms. The Rossi. So it's chambered in 44 Magnum. It actually has a pretty stout recoil on it. The steel butt pad doesn't help, but it's fun to shoot. It's gotten fairly smooth. It's got a decent trigger. It's not a hard gun to make hits with. We've shot it out 200 yards on steel plates. It hits plates. It hits them hard, actually.
Yeah, it does.
I don't dislike it in any way. And I don't think anybody that would buy that would be disappointed in it. My oldest son actually bought that, and then he needed money, and so he sold it to me. Which all that means is I took his gun, put it in the safe, and it's still his gun. Yeah, the big boy, you'd like that. That'd be a good option. You know, the thing is too is when you load 44 Magnum for carbines, you have to use different load data. You can't use regular pistol data. It's, you know, that extra barrel length, you can have pressure issues. But like, I loaded stuff for that out of the book, and we tried it in the Desert Eagle, and in the Desert Eagle it wasn't very much fun, but you'd probably be okay. I think you should, when you get them O-rings, go to Harbor Freight. You can buy a whole big variety pack for less than $10. And you'll never have to order them again. You'll have a lifetime supply. Most mid-tier and higher firearms reliable, so as long as they're taken care of and trained with them. Yep, I agree with that. If you're asking if I would shoot at missing O-rings, probably. Yeah, they'll, like I said, when they get there, you'll be able to just go match them up. Even for no other reason, just to not have to pay the shipping to have another set shipped to you. It's cheaper. My daughter and I were supposed to shoot IDPA on Sunday, and now she's going to a birthday party. No Desert Eagle, no Glocks today. I do like the silent caps in an AR. Makes the rifle really smooth. Pull the light down so I can see. Not a lot. No. There you go. Oh yeah. Well, you'll still have fun with Steel Challenge. I said my daughter's going to be gone. She shot last weekend, and she wants to shoot Steel Challenge next. So if she skips this one, I'm not going to be upset. It's a 45.
Yeah.
I had to think about it for a split second.
Appreciate it. It's either.
It's a 45. So obviously you shoot the round balls in it. Well, go sight it in, and you'll know how it runs. So, you should have a nice rifle there. I'm a little jealous you got it for $1,000. John Wick, hi, how are you? You're our second John Wick. I'll let him out.
Okay.
Oh. Yep. We got John Wick 1 and John Wick 2. Hey man, I don't blame you. I'd stay for a minute too. We watched a little bit of late night last night lives. There's some crazy people on there. You can order the caps off of Brownells or Midway. Merc Wick, yeah, we got the whole Wick family. Works with Johnny Glocks. Yeah, all these Wicks in one place. It's the imitation John Wick. Yeah, it's still a nice gun, man. I don't know why you're downgrading it. It's still a nice rifle. Mountain Man, how are you doing, sir? Like I told everybody else, Mountain Man, we're within about 100 hours now of being fully monetized. So if you're not doing anything today, or if you have a device you're not really using, turn the live on and help me with them hours. I'd appreciate it. That is a Thompson. Yeah, I have more firearms. You have a pretty bad cold. Well, that's shitty. Drink some NyQuil and push some vitamins. I'm sorry, man. We don't sell firearms on lives. It's a good way to get in trouble. Why wasn't it working? D-Dog, why wasn't the trigger working? I do not have a VZ58. There's no leather on the Tommy gun. That's all American walnut. Yeah, man, I appreciate it, Mountain Man. I mean, I'm asking, but don't feel like you have to. We'll get the hours either way. I uploaded a video a little while ago about what I lube on a Shadow Systems, i.e. a Glock platform gun. If you guys are curious, you can check that out. Or if you want a good laugh, go to the channel and check out the cow video. That one's kind of funny. That'll make you laugh for a little while. You weren't able to get it adjusted. Was it working when you bought it? Alright, man. I appreciate it, Mountain Man. What movie are you watching? Bad Boys Are Right. It's a good movie. Dirty in the Lower. Yep, that's an AK drum. 75 rounds. It's YouTube compliant though. It only holds 19 rounds of ammunition. She ended the live stream. You should have sent me the link. Well, that tends to be a problem. J and K, what do you think of your Caltech? I was watching your video. It looks like it's a good shooter. Is it smooth? Is it nice cycling? What's the trigger like? No, YouTube isn't YouTube compliant. Well, J and K, if you got time, I got time. I guess it just depends if you feel like typing. Hey, Woo, how are you? Hey, Woo, I appreciate you hanging out last night, and you and John Wick monitor that Late Light Live. I really appreciate you guys putting that time in. We ended up, it was a couple hours. At some point it shut off, but there ended up being 19 hours on it and 1,000 views. So that was worth doing. It got 19 hours. Starting back to work on Monday. That sucks. So Orange Smoke, we didn't forget about the MIG dumps with the kid. That was one of the things we were talking about doing today. We will absolutely get that out for you. I don't know. I think it's a number 6. I can go. Let me look. I don't know if they're put away or if they're still sitting on my top of my safe. Let me look. It's number 10s. Get here. Them are the ones we use. It's all right. What'd I miss? Sponsor. I see you did a trick. I'm not sure what trick you're talking about. Can you get in a shootout? No, but if you're in my state, I would invite you to come shoot with me. Jay Lee, how are you doing, sir? Glad to see you here. So Jay Lee, we're within 100 hours of being fully monetized. The third gun from the top is a Ruger GP100. Buying the 365 Legion. Well, traded in on a SIG, man. Or not a SIG. What the fuck? I can't believe that just came. Traded in on a CZ. I was processing what gun you had. I'm sorry. Well, you guys made me feel a little better, but I'm kind of regretting it.
What were you talking about?
SIG. I'm assuming they did because it was 19 hours. What was the total time on that? Pull up on your phone.
It was pretty much the total time we had playing.
Yeah, just how long the live went.
The live.
Because it shut off at some point. I don't know what time it shut off, but.
So 2.5 hours. And
So 2.5 hours had 19 hours of play. I would say your hours had to have counted. I disagree. Maybe not on the table, but there is a 50 BMG up there. I'm pretty sure that would, handle some crusty patties. Nice flood guns. I appreciate it, Dave. How are you doing today? What's big for the weekend? Dave, we're within 100 hours now of being fully monetized. So we'll be on for a while today. If you guys aren't doing nothing, you want to let a spare device run or something in the background, feel free. Yeah, I did see you in there, not a sponsor. I wasn't sure how long you were there. I appreciate you hanging out in there too. It looked like it was the three of you primarily.
Yeah, not a sponsor there from the beginning.
How'd your Taco Bell turn out? How'd it come out, I guess, is the... Might trade it in. Turkey takes... It's going to be a good weekend for turkey hunting. It's still early enough.
And the chat's moving.
Yeah. 365 macro rate in jet. It's perfect. High speed exit. That's all right though. Taco Bell's good. It helps clean you out sometimes. I don't mind or dislike Taco Bell. You guys have a Taco John's by you? I don't get it very often because I'm fat enough. I try not to eat worse, but Taco Gel tater olays with their Fiesta sauce. Oh God, it's like an orgasm in your mouth. No, they're not. They're not BB guns. Some of the Turkish firearms are decent. Some are total dog shit. So you just kind of gotta know what you're buying and from who. But Turkey has a huge firearms manufacturing capability. Yeah, Taco John's. I used to like the nacho cheese sauce with tater olays, and then they came out with that Fiesta sauce, and that shit's just the bomb. I like that. Yeah, everybody makes mistakes as we go. Dave Plumley. I am not sure. You gotta remember, there's a lot of people that come and go. So if I don't remember you, feel free to tell me what we were chatting about, and I probably will. Some of them are from 1903, and some are within a year or two old. But Diddy, how are you doing? How's jail life? Are they letting you have all the butter you want? Because butter's the jailhouse baby oil.
So David, it is from Let's Talk About Firearms and Shooting, if you remember when that was.
Oh, okay. We found you, David. Let's see. Oh, I just lost it. Hold on one second, David. My son pulled your chat history up. I don't know how to do any of that. So, looks like we talked about what my favorite gun was on the table. You asked about the red gun. I don't know which one that was. Did you pick up your 1911? I think in the chat here you said you were thinking about getting one. You asked about having a 22. So
I think I remember that Thomas too.
yeah, there's a 50 BMG in the back.
Yeah.
First, a few manufacturers on the site we only shot.
Oh, that's who the Thomas is. He's a German that's telling us about that they have to use harpoons.
Oh, yeah, okay. Thomas, how's the harpoon gun? The AK on the left is a Chinese Type 56. That's pretty much one of the rarest AKs you'll get in America. There's less than, I think the number was like 8,200 or 8,600 that were imported, and they were imported for just a couple of months. It's a Pro-Chin, it's People's Republic of China export. That was the very first AKs that were imported, and it was some of the first ones that were banned. The other one is just a Zastava M80, I believe.
David, you can never have too many guns.
No, they hand us free ammo out in school. I shouldn't say that. That's kind of,
Yeah, that sounded.
never mind. That sounded really bad. No, we don't get free ammunition. We gotta buy all our ammunition. All right, Awu, I appreciate it, man. So it depends. If you get in a fight with somebody, it can be anywhere from a disorderly conduct to a battery to a substantial battery. A substantial battery with bodily injury, you're going to get some time out of it, and it's a felony charge. A lot of times, though, especially if it's a dual combatant, you'll get it pled down to just a battery, and it's either a city citation or a state misdemeanor charge. So you get a ticket out of it. Disorderly conduct, you get a ticket. It's like in my state, it's like $130. So sometimes you got to look at somebody and be like, you know what? You are worth the ticket I'm about to get. Yeah, it's Stifler. I think it's a trade, right?
Yeah.
Kudo, I appreciate it. So, Patriot Arms, if you're still here, what's big for the weekend? You guys, if you haven't, you're in the chats, double tap that like screen for me. It really helps the videos. So black powder guns are a little difficult, Patriot. If it's similar to mine, you should probably buy the... Don't laugh, but this is actually what it's called. It's a nipple wrench. It takes the nipples out of the cylinder, and you probably need to clean them. Generally, especially if like people were dry firing the gun, that nipple will get damaged. And or two, if you've shot the gun and you didn't specifically pull them out and clean them, that's probably what's going on. But even pay once in a while. Yeah, come on, Jay Lee, you're letting us down. Diddler. Just when I thought it couldn't get any better. And you go and pull out another. Yeah, man. There's a lot of stuff I have to show. The pistols always seem to be something people like to chat about. I'll be all right. You're having the baby shower, or your wife's having the baby shower? What? What's so funny about that? Yeah. That's Tommy's gun. I don't know who Tommy is, but that guy sure does like guns too. Did you ever pull the nipples out of that cylinder and check to make sure they were clean? And do you use black powder in it, or are you using Pirate X? There you go. Shooting clay is all right. Just picked up a Remington 1100. I have. I've worked on a bunch. They're decent. The only thing I'll tell you about them is there's a rubber O-ring when you take the gun apart. It's on the magazine tube as part of the gas system. Get some of them spare O-rings and just keep one in your like gun bag or something, or in your I used to tell people put them in their case, so if they're out in their field and they're hunting and their gun quits working, you just change that out. They're cheap, super easy to change. But I had a lot of them come in the shop back in the day, and it was all for the same thing. They were a little dirty, but them O-rings would deteriorate. Yeah, so when I'd replace them, so I always felt bad. So I'd always clean the gun for them, throw in an O-ring, and I'd charge like $50. But I would usually give them a couple extra and just tell them to do exactly what I said. Put them in your gun case, put them in your glove box or whatever, but just keep them so you have them handy. Don't take them at home, put them in a drawer, because that's not where you're going to need them. Yeah, if you haven't pulled them out, you definitely need to clean them. I would highly recommend that if you haven't pulled them out, to buy some Kroll, Kroll, and put that on them nipples before you even try to pull them out. I don't own a JP firearm, D-Dog. I have a bunch of JP parts, but I don't own the actual firearm. See, you missed at the beginning of the live stream here. We actually did a moment of silence and a military salute for Canadian gun rights. I think it was actually pretty nice. It was special. It brought a tear to my eye. The other thing I would suggest, Patriot, is get the Pyrex instead of using actual black powder. So we don't have gun license per se in the U.S., but does autism or ADHD or any of that inhibit you from owning a firearm? No. Window lickers can have guns too. It's okay.
I mean, you can be blind.
Now, if they've been hospitalized or forcefully hospitalized for mental disease or defect, and I don't mean like going into the hospital because of health reasons, but Kroll, Kroll, going into the hospital for, some sort of psychological thing and they were forced to be there, then yeah, they would lose their firearm rights. I mean, do I think the USA should ban rifles? I'll let the guys in the comments answer that. Why don't you guys answer? I would love to say your name, but I don't know how to pronounce it. Go to my live, man. My face is in all my lives, or my actual videos. I only do the lives this way so you guys can see the guns. Do you want to see an old dude sitting here talking to you, or do you want to look at cool guns?
That's the nice thing about rifles.
What do you mean? Why would they do that? Ban rifles? Yeah, it would be a court order type thing. Yep, there's a couple long ones up there. That's me compensating for other inadequacies in my life. I figure a big old long revolver, I appendix carry them. So when you appendix carry, something with a 9-inch barrel, people like it. They're easy, super easy gun to clean. They actually, like the receiver and everything, they stay clean. They're piston-driven guns, so they're not shitting on themselves like an AR-15. If you've never had one apart, I can do a video on one for you. I was actually planning on doing that anyway, comparing the RPK to an AK, so you can see the differences in the bolt carriers and stuff. So, we could. What do you work tomorrow?
I don't, but I was tomorrow. I have Friday though.
Oh, we got Friday.
Yeah.
So we'll try it this weekend and do that. If it's not done this weekend, just bear with me. Give me a week or so, and we'll get that done. The other thing with AKs is most of them, not all, most of them have chrome lined barrels, so it makes it really, really easy to clean them. The Zastafa on the right, that one does not have a chrome lined barrel. So that gun you clean a little different. You clean it, you scrub it, depending on how much you've shot it. But you do want to put some kind of preservative in the barrel. I usually use a rum oil, get a wet rum oil patch real wet, run it down the barrel, let it sit for a couple of minutes, run a dry patch down it, and that's preserving it. Appendix carry the Barrett, absolutely. Military aid to Israel. That's a really complicated thing. Uh, I'm not sure I even want to try to answer that. Yeah, D-Dog, the later Zostovas all came in with Chrome barrels, but like I said, that was their very first import into the country. That was the first Yugoslavian AK that came in. Serbia now. That one's actually marked Yugoslavia. Motorola, good enough. No, I haven't seen that holster. You can feel free to send me a link. Arizona Kids, sir, how are you doing? Be back at 3:30 if you're still on. We will be. We got about 100 hours to go, and we'll be monetized. So, we're gonna be live, unless of course, the world ends, the ATF kicks in the door and shoots the dog, or something in between them two things happen. Yeah, I'm not a bully, man. Don't get me wrong. If we're hanging out in a group of people and there's that loudmouth guy that's bullying people, I will go fuck with them. I've always been that way. I don't like bullies, and the way I've always dealt with bullies is I go bully them. Man, I'm gonna be on here for a while, so you never know. You never know how many hours you have until you end the live. So, I mean, most of the lives are like a couple hours. I usually get between 40 and 60 hours. The long live we did yesterday, it didn't have a lot of views, but it had a lot of watch time, and it was 114 hours. So, and last night, it was, what would you say, 2 hour live?
2.5 hours, and got about 20 hours.
It was a 2.5 hour live, and I wasn't even there. I was in it for like 5 minutes, and I just left it run until it shut off, and we got 19 hours. I think if you punch a hole in somebody, you're probably not going to have to shoot them twice. I know for a fact that I'm not going to sit and question somebody that's got a harpoon gun at me. I mean, I think I would rather be shot with a regular firearm versus a harpoon gun, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, I don't want to die, but if you're like, hey, we're going to shoot you with this 22 in your calf, or we're going to shoot this harpoon at you, I'm going to take the 22. I may even take a 9mm over a harpoon. Holy fuck, 100 degrees. We're at 38 degrees today. Partly sunny. Well, it's a harpoon gun, so as long as he stacks 2 in front of each other, he'd probably be okay.
Yeah, this is what he has. Hold it back up. So.
I wouldn't want to be shot with that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Nothing about that looks pleasant. So I'll show you. This is the is this the harpoon you got? Gun you got?
That's at least what came up on Google.
I think it is. If it's not, give me the name better, and we'll find the exact one we're talking about.
But no, I would not want to be stuck by those.
It's snowdrop here today. Snow's depressing, man. You know, like in late fall, early winter, when everything's dead and dreary, the snow helps. It helps brighten everything up a little bit. So it makes it feel better. But like in the late winter, early spring like this, snow is just like, it's too much. Yeah, I know, that thing's got some power. I mean, I think everybody plays with. That's the one you got. All right, Thomas, I'm going to be completely honest with you. There is no way in hell I'm going to stand in front of you and have a disagreement while you pull out a harpoon gun. You're going to see me real politely say, I'm sorry, and I'm going to walk away. I'm probably not going to turn my back on you. So, do I think it would be sufficient? I can just say, from my point of view, I don't want to get shot with a harpoon gun. There's a new harpoon now called Scuba. Look that up real quick. Ashinger. Where can you deer hunt with an air gun? I didn't think that was legal. Totally legal without a license. It's barely 60 here today, but it's 30 for like 6 months. We're in the time of year where it warms up. We will definitely get more snow yet. We're not done. We usually get some snow about now. Sometime here, mid-April, towards the end of April, we'll usually get a good snowstorm, or a good ice storm, and then within a day, 2 days, it's all gone again. But just enough to make snowplows come out and throw salt out again, so it messes up your riding season. British officer during World War II who used a bow to shoot German soldiers instead of a rifle. I've heard about that. Of course, turns out never happened. His bow was destroyed. Huh. I didn't know, but I did hear about that story.
Oh, this would be even worse. Get shot by.
That's the new one?
Yeah.
So this is the new one that he's talking about. I don't know. Would you guys want to get shot with that? It would be a big negative for me.
Oh, that's probably.
Are you able to? It looks like them have just a single trigger, so you can't shoot both barrels at one time, right? Yeah, be a nice clean hole. Yeah, no part of that looks like fun, and I agree. I don't like to get shot with rubber bands either. But I mean, the good thing is I think most of us here are through. You like the clean hole. We all like clean holes. I think most of us are probably out of the woods now for winter. I know Pure Alaskan was on here last night for a little while, and he was saying they're getting 8 inches of snow. That was last night, so they 8 inches ish of snow. No, you can shoot both at one time. Shoot both barrels at somebody with a. That'd just be. Is there stories or situations where people are actually using them for self-defense? I mean, is it making the news or the paper or anything? Are you hearing stories about it?
I can't get a length of them.
Yes, this live is going to be completely full of people with dirty minds and gutters. So welcome. I'm glad you're here. You can join in the conversation with us, Dave, because I'm going to bet you fit in with the rest of us. I mean, clean holes have no experience. I can agree with having a dirty hole for that reason, I guess. But I mean, just like your Taco Bell, you don't want hair in your food.
And it comes up as 60 grams. It's the weight of it. The arrows.
Jorg Sparv. What's his channel's name? Screenshot that. We'll come up later.
Okay. So,
Thomas, how much? Actually, I don't know. Shuma, however you say your name. I can probably say your last name, Taji. Which pistol are you asking about? Are you talking about the harpoon gun we were just talking about, or are you talking about something else? With the Stiffmeister. He makes. Hey, did you get some production note last night, Stifler? Were you? I know you said you had to work. At least 1,000 McDonald's cheeseburgers. Yep. What?
them are real long arrows for that. Foot long arrows.
For the harpoon gun?
Yeah, that second one. This came up as 16 grams length, 12 inches.
12 inches. That second harpoon gun, the arrows are 12 inches long. 16 grams and 12 inches. I mean, that's sure to make her smile. I do fix the website a bit. It's parts. They're terrible. They're selling 100 a month and production is at 330 slides a week now. There you go.
Yeah. Maybe 30 centimeter long arrows.
Are you? How hard is it to buy something like on the dark web there? Is that? I mean, is it difficult? I've never purchased anything on the dark web. I've always, I mean, I don't knowingly go on it. That puts all of us to shame, Patriot. I mean, I'm a micro carry kind of guy.
Yeah, he said they go for 5,000 cheeseburgers.
5,000 cheeseburgers.
Yeah.
Kind of nice for you to be here and be able to pull all that stuff up.
Yeah. All it is when you click on a channel, you can just do channel activity and it pulls up past stuff.
I don't have that ability.
Yeah.
That fish. Yep, you said hi, didn't you? If 12 is what makes her happy, I'm gonna have tackle it 7.9 times. Yeah, I mean, I drive down the road and buy a gun, so stuff like that always perplexes me. I can build my own. Yeah, see, that's something that, I mean, isn't a thing for us. Microscopic carry. Good stuff. Good stuff. You know, it's not how big your pistol is, but it's about how we use it, right?
Yeah. Size doesn't matter. There's just emotion behind it.
As long as it's not a single shot, we're usually okay. You got to make sure you give them at least a 7-round capacity pump. I'm backtracking. His movie's done. Oh, kind of letting you guys control the conversation because I don't really know what to chat about. Yeah. My back thing autocorrect. You have to look. Yeah, I don't think I'm looking anything up on the dark web. My phone acts stupid when I look at porn, so I don't even look at porn on this phone. Yeah, I do. I'm not gonna lie, I do. Just not very much. I mean, very much is a relevant term, though, right? I don't have very many firearms, so I don't look at very much porn. It's not like the old days when you had keys on your phone, so they'd get sticky. And dark web know where your taxes are going. I don't think anybody knows where our taxes are going.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe they're starting to track it down. Doge, Mr. Musk, um, definitely seems like he's standing on people pretty good. Ammo, how are you doing today, sir? I'm sure you're monetized now. I got right about 100 hours to go. So I know you were a little closer than me the other day when we talked about it. So I'm suspecting you hit it. Oh, you're back at that house with that. You had to get the utilities out there to shut the power off. Silk Road. I was never on Silk Road. Yeah, I agree with you, Thomas. If you can get something that's completely legal, why risk your freedom on it? You know, that doesn't make sense to me, because if the firearm is illegal and you use it for self-defense, you're still in the wrong. The only way you're getting away with it is if you like legitimately get away with it, right?
Yeah.
I'll let other people answer that, because um, are you talking like the PPK or something? Because they're still being made the same way under the same package. So is it a fake Walther? Well, it's a Walther. It's just not a German manufactured Walther, would be my opinion, right? A PDP, yeah, it's a Walther. It's a Walther firearm. It just isn't made in Germany. Oh God, your stomach's gonna hurt. You are. Hey, later on when you're in the bathroom, just jump on here with us. You'll be in there for a little while.
That sounds like a bad time.
That sounds pizza buffet and Mexican
Yeah.
in the same day. You may even want to go ahead and slip some new drawers on before lunch here or dinner. Wear the dark ones so the marks aren't going to show. But Ammo, what's big for today? You're back at that house doing service call. How long are you going to be there? Comfortable bus. Yeah. Yeah, you got to get a comfortable spot to sleep for sure. 2 days to go. That's all right. That's enough time, I guess. But I don't know. A buffet and Mexican, a new Mexican restaurant at that. You're living on the edge. I mean, you're one cough and one fart away from. I mean, we all know what's going to happen. The ones over here, certain stores have the Walther logo but no letters and logo. I looked up info about. Apparently, it's German parts but assembled in the U.S. Yeah, nobody. I don't buy white underwear anymore. I'm not gonna lie. The being able to do 180 would be a lot of fun, and a legal whorehouse. I don't see the harm in that.
Yeah.
Going to church is legal. Having a 6-pack is legal. You gotta gamble on farts.
Yeah.
Dubstep, nice wasting money in your guns, and the shit you got, Army, with the gun. Hey man, so picture this, Dubstep. I'm not going in somebody's live right now being jealous and looking for something creative to say because my self-esteem just got hit a little bit. So I gotta act like I'm gonna say something smart. And the truth of it is, man, how can you buy something when I can't? Well, because I don't sit and play video games at home. I don't still live with my 2 moms. So, Georgian, how are you doing, sir? What's big with you today? How's South Carolina?
North Carolina.
North Carolina, I'm sorry. That could almost be fighting words.
I believe anyway. I'll double check it.
I thought it was South Carolina.
It might be. I could be wrong.
Georgian, are you South Carolina or North Carolina? I thought you were South Carolina. JJ, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Lap set. RK. I don't know what an RK62 is. 2 moms, Dave and Frank again. They hit topped a lot. A lot I see. Yeah, I mean, South Carolina. That's what I thought. South Carolina. Pouring all month, early flooding going on. I can't go outside without getting my shoes filled with water. I saw a catfish. That's all right. Hey, Dubstep, man. You know, you're welcome to hang out. You're welcome to engage in conversation. If you don't want to talk about firearms, we can chit-chat. That's cool. Firearms are just here to start a conversation. So a lot of people come in and they'll start trolling, and we actually end up having pretty good conversations. So please, by all means, feel free to hang out and engage. But let's not, you know what I mean, be disrespectful to me or anyone else.
That's where I got the.
I do have a couple Glock 17s.
I do know why you're saying that. Or I was thinking it was North Carolina. Is that he's northern part of South Carolina?
Yeah. Is this like, Georgian, is this a typical, I guess, rainy type season for you? Do you guys get a lot of rain usually this time of month? In Wisconsin, our rainy season, so they used to say April showers bring May flowers, and really what it is May showers bring mosquitoes. Butter professor in the background. Oh God. So that's all right. I think one thing we're gonna have to do this summer is we're gonna have to take a tub of butter and whack it with the 50.
Yeah.
I think that will be a special tribute. I also think, I was talking to my oldest, like Orange Smoke. You heard him tell the story. I wanna actually put him on camera and tell that story so I can record it. That's some of the funniest shit ever. And imagine my shock when I'm hearing this for the first time, sitting in a family restaurant. You know, wind and spring pretty much pours every day, multiple times summer. Fall, it's like 110 out and dry. Don't say butter and whack in the same sentence. Gage's ears perk. They did perk up too. He's like, yeah, butter. I think it'd be a cool video. I mean, the E in front of the I. He's not taking it serious. He's over here chuckling about it like a little schoolgirl. So who's a noobin for what, Dubstep? I mean, do you think the collection's a newbie collection? Because clearly, you know, rarest AK you can import into the country is a noob gun. Clearly the Barrett 50 BMG in the back there, that's a noob gun too. Every new gun collector I have, they all do the same thing. They go buy a High Point, they go buy a P80, and then they buy a Barrett. Spend money in weapons for nothing. So you say that, but you don't even know anything about me. I've been collecting firearms since I was like 8 years old. So by the time I was 12, I already had a pretty good selection of handguns. No, I didn't. Pull up the Shadow 3.
Shadow 3.
So somebody was telling me about that. Was that you telling me about that yesterday?
Also, not to mention, you know, the AK from a country that doesn't even
If
exist
you have
anymore.
perfect flat walls. But JR Zone, how are you doing? I'm glad to see you show up today. What's big for today? What's big for your weekend? What's the weather like? Yeah, we don't have. So most people's houses in America, you have siding, insulation, and 2x4 construction. So you got to remember that when you choose home defense weapons, home defense firearms, that not only are you real likely to over penetrate your own walls, but if you're firing a firearm in your house, it's real easy to have an unintended consequence with that. But if you shoot at a home intruder and that projectile leaves your house and it hits the neighbor's house, you're going to jail for that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nice weather in Florida. JR Zone, you gonna hang out for a little while? If you are, I'll flip you on as a moderator so you can jump in these other channels if you want to check them out. We'll do that for you too, Mountain Man. Obviously, and I say this every time I make people moderators, with reasonable restraint. Let's not just bump people instantly. If it's a little kid and they're obviously trolling, let's let them build some time a little bit. When it gets to be enough, boot them, but just don't boot every troll that comes in. A lot of times we can have a conversation with them and they end up being pretty cool. Thomas, you wanna?
I know Georgian was also a moderator in the past.
Was he not a moderator today?
No.
Georgian, you still here? Leave a comment so I can find your name quick. There it is. Thomas, do you want to be able to check out some of these other gun channels? You want me to make you a moderator so you can check them out? My sister's boyfriend shoot Jizz 33 in his trailer and it went through someone else's trailer. They just kicked him out. So you'll see all these other channels that are moderators, they all have content they post. A couple of them may not, but they're people I see on lives on my channels all the time. So you guys are more than welcome to check out each other's channels. You're all supporters of me. You support one another. So it's a good way too. It's a good way to network for you a little bit. Yeah, JJ, you gotta be careful. I mean, you definitely things that people have to think about before you just take stuff out. El Sancho, because we've had a lot of good conversations. You can be a mod today too. It's like Oprah, you can be a mod, you can be a mod, everybody can be a mod. So El Sancho, that gives you the ability to click into these other guys' channels. They're all supporters of this channel. They all support one another. They all have content. A couple of them may not have content, but subscribe to them anyway if you want, because they're good people. And I tried talking them into, creating content, and they will at some point. What is the purple Ruger on the top? That's a Ruger Wrangler. That belongs to my daughter. That's another gun I bought her. The one directly below that's burnt bronze. It's the same thing, Ruger Wrangler. I bought that for my son Gage.
That was awesome from Thomas.
You know you have the German power with. That was a bad idea. Nah, man, you're good to go. I'm German. You know, my family all immigrated. My wife's family immigrated. So, I mean, I'm second generation. So, keep in mind, a lot of times too, when my lives end, I will go back and remove moderators. But when I see you in the next live, I try to make everybody a mod. So, on new people that come in, I wait till I see them a few times in lives. But it's cool to be able to go in somebody's live and be chatting, and then check out the channel with the people you're talking about. Yeah, your Colt Python's sexy as hell, I'm not gonna lie. Ammo Alchemist too. I think he's back on his job site, but he's got a real nice Colt. Yeah, man. Feel free. So if you come to the U.S., if you come to Wisconsin, you let me know you're gonna be here, and I will take you out and you will shoot until you don't want to shoot anymore, and then we'll have you shoot a little bit more. Yeah, I think it feels like a little community too. I really enjoy seeing a lot of you guys come in. It makes me feel good. It's like sitting here chatting with people. I wish, and I know you can do it on Discord, but I wish we could actually just have audio going. I would be way cool being able to sit here and chat with everybody. He was in a pistol class. It's okay. He got it now though, right? You passed? You're only like 45 minutes from me. See? Now you guys can hook up and go shoot. That's part of why I always ask people what's the weather where they're at. There's a bunch of people that have actually hooked up and been able to hook up and go shooting. Yeah, you definitely
You'll never see my anime. Nothing wrong with anime.
you definitely probably wouldn't want people having open use of your phone. Ruskin. We took a trip to Tampa last fall, stayed in Tosada. I don't even know how to say that, however it's spelled. It's super mainstream, overpopulated. There you go. I mean, like I said though, seriously, if and when you come to the U.S., let me know if you're in Wisconsin. I mean, we have cheese, we have beer, and we have brats. So if you're, I mean, like every good German, if that's what you're into, man, you'll fit right in. That's serious crime. Huh. I know in Canada they step on their dicks pretty hard for that stuff too.
I'll be back now in a minute.
Yeah, wait, I'm not afraid to show firearms. Feel free to double tap that screen for me and hang out, join the conversation, and if you want to see anything being fired, go on the channel. You see a lot of stuff being shot. You got to go back to like fall. It's been winter, so we don't really have any shooting videos. We have some match video from last weekend, but if it has a 16-inch barrel and a stock, it can be considered a rifle. You can keep it as a pistol, but 16 inches is the minimum overall barrel length. So it's got to be 16 inches or 26 inches overall to be a firearm. If it's below 26 inches, even with the 16-inch barrel, I believe it would still be considered a handgun. Don't hold me to the exact law, but I'm 99% sure that's what it is. 26 inches, and a 16-inch barrel makes it can turn it into a rifle if you want, or it can still be a pistol with a long gun or a long barrel. There you go. I don't suppose the Thompson probably was full auto. No, the Thompson's not full auto. It's SpongeBob fan fiction. Yeah, we'll see if John stops in. He's probably napping. This is about, I think every time we chat with John, this is usually about the time of day he's napping. Yep, I pulled it out. I was asked about it, so I made sure I pulled it out today. We pulled out the protein too. It probably wouldn't be in any other weapon under the NFA. It would be a firearm. So it wouldn't be a rifle. It wouldn't be a pistol. It'd be a firearm. That's where the 26 inches comes in. He might have. I know he was talking about making videos today too, so maybe it's quite possible he's making some videos. John, I like, he's a cool old shit, man. I like him. He's definitely somebody I could see myself hanging out with, doing some shooting, and just completely giving him shit all day. And you know damn well he would give it right back. I have a Wasser 10. I have 2 Romanian RPKs, and I have a Zastava M85. I think that's it. I think if you were actually wanting to come to the U.S. and have a good time, I mean, I think you could find better places than L.A. or New York. He's got 1.5 tons of shotguns. I think he was saying he used to buy them, and then he would part them out and sell the parts out on eBay. Wisconsin. In Wisconsin. So that's like the upper part, central part of America. We're surrounded, well, not surrounded. On one side of us, we have Lake Michigan. On the northern side, we have Lake Superior. And then, I mean, literally a block from me, I have the best walleye lake in the country. It's actually a worldwide destination for professional anglers and fishermen. We get people from all over the world that come to this lake to go fishing. Here you go. You must be crazy, Dave. Can you shoot in the woods? We can shoot in the woods. So if we met up, I would take you to the range. There would be no reason to take you to the woods. The the range I'm a member at's a key club, so the vast majority of the time, unless there's a match going on, we're usually out there alone. But I can go everything from point blank to 600 yards. Depending on what time you come. Yeah, definitely. I wish I could go back out in the country too.
So that'd be about 550 meters for Thomas.
Oh, Thomas, so 600 yards is 550 meters. When I'm talking, we could shoot out to 500 or to 600 yards, it would be 550 meters. You found 600 euros in your desk? To the Autobahn, sir. To the whorehouse we go. Don't look back. Don't say nothing. Just 180 miles an hour. Bam. So we'll see you in what, 45 minutes? You should be back. That's assuming it's like a 40-minute drive. Oh, that's the plane ticket. There you go. All right. Well, never mind. Skip the whorehouse. Skip Autobahn. Get yourself a plane ticket. If you want to come to America too, honestly, one of the best times I think to come to America would be right around the 4th of July. That's a anywhere you go in America, the 4th of July is a big thing. It's a really big thing. And what's cool about it is everybody's blowing shit up. Everywhere you go, somebody's blowing something up. It's actually, looking at that from the outside, can you imagine what people think of Americans during the 4th of July? That's got to be just a crazy thing, huh?
Yeah, one day a year we wage war in the sky.
Yeah, one day of war, or one day a year we wage war in the sky. Absolutely just destroy it. Yeah, that would be a good time for you to come. Pretty much everywhere in America too. The weather's always nice during 4th of July. It's not saying it would be perfect, but most places it's pretty decent. If you do get some rain, it's not all day or anything. Nick tries. I'm not sure how to say your last name, but I appreciate it, man. Hey, double tap that like screen for me, and consider subscribing to my channel. There's a bunch of really cool channels in the chat. You'll see them here. Consider checking out their stuff too. Lenushin, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but yeah, bang bang. Yeah, 4th of July that's a, and we all know it's really like the week before, all the way through the 4th of July, and then after 4th of July, everybody's pretty well over the neighbors blowing stuff up. But so New Year's, people light off fireworks, but it is absolutely nothing like the 4th of July. I mean, it's impressive. Yeah, a lot of people from Canada come on here and they say that the same. We actually did a tribute at the very beginning of the live, probably 2 minutes into the live today. For your Canadian gun rights, if you want, you could back the live up. But you'll see it. It was about 2 minutes in, right? Hold on, we'll give you the exact time when it started. But we did a tribute to our Canadian brethren, in remembrance of your former glory and your firearm rights. And I mean this in a respectful way. We had a guy come on and he asked us if we could show homage to what you guys have lost. So we definitely respected that. Cool. Boom. Mohammed, we appreciate it. Yeah, we'll be praying for your election for sure. It's not over yet, and sometimes So like our elections, you go from such a high to such a low. You know, when our President Trump was elected the first time, it was a big relief for me. We had just come off of 4 years of President Obama, and that was, pardon the pun here, but that was a really dark time for America. Um, we got President Trump in, and about 100 days in, just like we are right now, you could start feeling impact of the policy changes, and it was nice. And the time went by smooth. The economy started prospering, fuel prices dropped out, jobs were booming, and the economy was good. And then everybody took a big shit on our plate, and we had 4 years of whatever that was in the office. You know, he did ban bump stocks, absolutely. Um, I don't think he really understood what they were. So
Yeah, I can't look up an exact time, but it's just before the tip of the house icon at the bottom of the screen.
just before the tip of the house.
Yeah, at the bottom of the screen for your homepage. I can't pull up an exact timestamp.
Oh, he says if you pull up the live, it's just at the bottom of the tip of the screen.
Yeah.
So however long that is, it's about 2 minutes in or so, I would say, maybe 3.
Yeah, only a few minutes in, I think.
Yeah. When you were in 2nd grade. Sancho snakes and sparklers are your favorite. Sparklers are fun as long as you like do 100 of them at a time, duct tape together. Yeah, I would love to hear some German wisdom. Yep. He's over there snoring. I could wake him up, but I'm not going to wake him up. He's my buddy. Yeah, he's sleeping next to me on the other side, and Leroy the puppy, you can't be used of you useless. Yeah, it's a good saying, man. There's a lot of shit illegal here in California, even though there's teenagers ever. Yeah, it's fucked up, man. And it's a shame. So privately manufactured firearms are legal in most of the states. Not all of them. There's some states now that they put legislation, an act to, number one, curtail 3D printing, and also they changed a lot of states so even the privately manufactured firearms are no longer legal. In the state I live in, firearms private manufactured firearms is legal. 3D printed firearms is legal. I appreciate it, Wade. Yeah. You can have potato guns. Actually, let me backtrack on that. There is something out there about potato guns. I don't recall what it is. So I'm not going to say they're legal here. I don't recall. I remember years ago, we were shooting one, and a cop saw us and he asked us about it. And he said they were illegal, but I never looked it up to know if they were. It could have just been where we were shooting it. But yeah, they might. They definitely want to ban everything. You don't know what a potato gun is, John Wick? I know you know what one is. So Dubstep, where are you from? What's the weather like today? They are illegal?
Legal.
Oh, kid looked it up. We can have potato guns.
Just says that there might be restrictions in certain areas like cities.
Yeah, I don't know for sure what the legalities are, but kid looked it up, said they're legal. I don't know if you guys want to have fun. Probably the funnest thing I own, the absolute funnest thing, and it's fun for everybody to shoot. It's enjoyable. It's a soda can launcher, a can cannon. That's some of the most fun you can absolutely have. Is what, 10 to 15K? I'm not sure. Well, the Barretts, yeah, they're in that price range. Well, if
it can fit in the can launcher.
If you do the paperwork, you can have a rocket launcher. There's, with the exception of like a nuclear device, there is nothing you can't legally obtain in the United States if you're willing to do the time, put the time in and do the paperwork. Anything from a warship to a tank. You're probably not going to get an Abrams, but there's no restrictions on the stuff. You can buy mortars, you can buy 88 millimeters, you can buy howitzers, you can buy it all. You just have to be willing to put the time in and do the proper paperwork and licensing. Oh, I don't have a rocket launcher. I didn't say I had one. I said you can get them. Build the potato gun. Be careful of the components you use, because a lot of people use the white PVC. That does degrade after a while, and I've seen them blow up. But potato guns can be a lot of fun. Feed the homeless. I mean, that's doing society a favor, right? No, you're good, man. We definitely have very different cultures. Even in like states where marijuana is legal, it's not legal on a federal level, but there's a lot of states where people don't think anything about somebody smoking pot, and then there's other states where it's kind of looked down on. As a whole, I mean, there's groups of people that are cool with it. In my state, we don't have legal marijuana. We don't have medical. We don't have recreational. Um, so it's kind of weird when you see people smoking it now. As a kid and young person, you see people doing it, but it's not something that's really out there. In Minnesota, it's legal, so it's probably a very prominent, right? Uh, yeah. I mean, it's depends on the parents, right? So is your 16-year-old daughter gonna bring a boyfriend over to bang? Not in my household, and at nobody's household when I was a teenager did we do that. Now, if the parents weren't home, yeah, we'd go fuck in their bed. About an ounce for $60. See, if I'll be completely honest, if on a federal level weed was legal, I would probably use it. Um, I don't know if I would smoke it, but I would use it for the medicinal purposes. But it's not legal on a federal level, and because it's not legal on a federal level, it would affect my CDL. So I can't use it, and I haven't used it since my early 20s. And it's because I didn't want to get caught and lose my gun rights and/or lose my ability to provide for my family. I lost mine when I was in 5th grade. I had older sisters, and they had friends that used to hang out. So my middle sister's slutty little friends took advantage of me. Fiasco, yeah. Hopefully you found the right channel. Welcome. Double tap that like screen. Consider subscribing to the channel. Arizona, it's good to see you, sir. How'd work go? What's big for the rest of the day? Get your moderator turned on for you. Let's see. I appreciate it, Fiasco. Yeah, I would say it's probably around there. I don't. Gestapo. Yeah. You're gonna go pick. What'd you buy? It's not a Henry. It's a Rossi, and it's a 44 Magnum. M&P Shield. There you go. I can't try anything until it's legal on a federal level. So, because my CDL is a federal license, if it's caught in my system at all, it's a big time trouble thing. And I need my CDL for my job. I got to be able to drive equipment. But yeah, even the CBD, it still tests positive for marijuana. So, is obesity really a problem? I'm fat, so I mean, there's a lot of big people in America. Yeah. My child's mother had the whole village obtained by 14, I think. I was drugged when I thought she was. Oh boy. So the Thompson, it's a cool gun to have, but it's not it's not fun to shoot. It's heavy, it's awkward. The stock is extremely long and cumbersome. I think John's Arsenal said he was going to send me a new stock for the Thompson. He's got an old one there. And when he sends me that, I'm going to cut off a couple inches, probably 2 to 3 inches, which I know 2 to 3 inches is huge. But I'm going to cut off 2 to 3 inches, which will shorten up that length of pull. And by removing that material too, it'll also decrease the amount of drop in it. I'm thinking that'll make it a little bit more shootable. But as it is, I mean, you could use the gun for a boat or and they didn't necessarily design that to be fired from the shoulder. They designed it to tuck up underneath the armpit and clear trenches. I have not had any feed issues or any reliability issues with the Thompson. I'm not going to tell you I have tens of thousands of rounds through because we don't. It's not something I shoot much. I do have several bullpup rifles. Um, mm, 3,000 monthly. Depending on where you are in the country, and what kind of interests you have, 3,000 will be a little on the light side. Yeah, I mean, I have a couple. I have a PS90. I have the Springfield Hellion, and we have a KSG 12. So it's not something I have a lot of. Being left-handed, it kind of factors into what I have for bullpups. I think too, Thompson, one thing that's pretty different from America versus Germany is we have a lot of taxes, a lot. Usually, usually between sales tax, income tax, property tax, all the taxes you end up paying, probably about 60% of your income actually goes to taxes. Some states, they don't have like state income tax, but everybody has to pay federal income tax. Taxation is 100% theft. What bothers me with taxes is you're gonna tax my income, and then I go purchase something, you tax me on that too, and you tax me on the fuel I purchase, you tax me on the water, shit. I don't even have to have utilities hooked up to my property, and I still get charged taxes for storm runoff. Is what hard to avoid? Taxes?
It is hard to avoid it.
Oh, it's hard to avoid it. Yeah.
I mean,
taxes are what they are. It's all theft. It's theft. You're taking my money. So avoiding taxes. If you're a citizen, you have to file yearly tax documents. Now, if you're like a service provider, and you're getting paid cash, yeah, you can hustle. You can underreport or not report.
Cash.
And as long as it's cash, and you can get away with it, right? But if you're not reporting income and every couple of weeks you're putting thousands of dollars into an account, eventually your shit will get flagged and the IRS is going to come knocking and want to know where their money is. But can you avoid it? Yeah, there's ways to avoid it. But if you're a law-abiding citizen and you're afraid of the Gestapo, and you don't want to get locked up or have your shit taken, then you bend over and take it right up the ass.
Yeah. I mean, for crying out loud, just owning land, you get
That
taxed.
AK on the left is actually a Chinese AK. It's a Type 56. It's a Pro-Chin, People's Republic of China export. That's the rarest Chinese AK you're gonna get. With the exception if that were an underfolder, then there were less of them. Gage, take over.
Okay. No, we were just talking about the Pro-Chin on the left there, AK.
easy to get laid.
Yeah.
I live in a college town, so depending on the time of year, with a German accent, oh yeah, you're gonna get pussy.
Yeah. Riff Raff was talking about the Mac 90, saying he had one.
Yeah. Riff, we haven't seen in a while. Pull his channel up. Pretty sure he used to be a moderator, wasn't he?
I don't know. If he was, it's probably when I wasn't here.
Warm me up some chicken. Some barbecue sauce on it.
No, he hasn't been a moderator before.
So you have stuff posted?
Go to channel. Yeah, he has some stuff posted.
Huh?
He has some stuff posted. I have my phone muted if you want to look at it.
Alright, Riff, this is what I'm going to do for you. You are going to get the great Knighton and Blessing. We'll make you a mod so that you have a way to find these other creators that are in the chat. And you can reach out to them. Make sure we're subbed to that.
Yeah.
So we'll get you some traffic to your channel. Don't kick anybody out without like letting us know. We'll get trolls that'll come in, let them troll a little bit. That's a Barrett M82. It's a 50 cal. Do I have night vision? Nope, I don't own any night vision. The black AK is a Zastava. That one was still made when the country was Yugoslavia. All the Zastava rifles now are all Serbian, but that one was actually still marked Zastava. Yep, I got plate carriers, I got all that stuff. Well, that Barrett alone is over 10 grand. Yeah, Pookie, I don't sell firearms, but make sure you double tap that screen for me. Yep, I have a mount for them. So sometimes read between the lines, right? Yeah, that one does have the capability. I do have the attachment for it, and it has the gas cut off. So also it's the thicker receiver.
Some chicken.
No barbecue sauce either? Told you a bowl, but that's fine.
My bad.
The Type 56 is going for significantly more than you realize. The Thompson, your first number right there is about right for that. The lever action, no, it's a 44 Magnum. I do have a drum for it. I've never opened it. It's a post World War II. It's still wrapped in the original wax paper. If I shot the gun more, I might consider opening it, but I don't. I'm not sure which one. There's two up there with a real long barrel. The one I'm gonna guess is a Iver Johnson target model, dates 1903. And then the other one is a Piata ball and cap 45. I think 1,000 for a concealable vest is a little high. So Jesus loves you. Hi, how are you? Good to see you. Yeah, I was gonna say they're usually between 350 and 600, 650 ish, depending on what plates come with it, or yeah, 500 to 600. Yeah, I thought John Wick, your suit was bulletproof. I had heard of the Valorant. It's actually a really nice rifle. A friend of mine has a couple that he bought in the 70s, but that's a Russian sporterized rifle. It's true AK. Just it comes in the hunting configuration. It's Finnish. I thought it was Russian, but yes. Either way, I have heard of the Valets. That's a very hard gun to price out because there's not a lot of them. So you can find people's in chat. Some people are paying, a little, and some people are paying a lot. There's not enough out there that are being purchased and sold to have a real strong price. Canada has access to a lot of firearms we don't in the United States. Just like a lot of your ammunition you guys have access to, we don't here. Probably.
Yeah.
All right, Arizona kid, you have a good weekend. Make some money. Catch you another time. I don't know if I'm sure you guys check out Arizona Kid's channel. He's got some really cool shit. He also does some really good leather work. Yeah, I appreciate it. Go to his channel. I'm pretty sure I'm subscribed, like 99% sure. Just send that to my phone, a link, just to make sure.
Refresh yourself?
Yeah. I'm 99% sure I'm subscribed.
I'll do that later because, well, don't need going off.
And send it to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That way I can make sure. You know, the car 15s, there's something to be said about the plain Jane basic AR. We all buy an AR and we start changing everything on it. And we take that nice little 6 or 7 pound rifle ends up weighing 15 pounds. And it completely changes the characteristics of the firearm. But a nice Car 15, standard handguard, standard buttstock, optic or no optic, it's a really nice shooting guns. But yeah, definitely post the footage. Orange Smoke, what do you have? What do you have for ARs? I know we've talked about it, but I'm trying to remember. I don't remember what you have for ARs.
I think Thomas might have clicked off. He hasn't commented in a while. But, I mean, it's 11 o'clock at night there.
It's okay.
Yeah.
16-inch barrel. I know they had 14.5. The good thing with the 14.5 when you get them is you just get them plugged and welded. But there's nothing wrong with the 16-inch barrel. Go lay down. Fuddler alert. There, sometimes it's nice to go back to the basics. Everybody gets real accustomed to the luxuries. It depends on what type of shit hits the fan. Usually just like the rest of us, a quality AR, probably something with a carrying handle. I wouldn't have any of my Gucci ARs for sure, and probably a Glock. Larry Vickers Car 15 that I used in the Delta was pretty slick. See, when people talk about shit hits the fan, there's so many different scenarios that could come into play, such as just like we had a few years ago with COVID. What's the right setup for COVID? Well, if people are looting and robbing and doing all this, you're not going to be walking down the street with tactical gear on because you're just going to make yourself a target.
Yeah.
You could be with 4 or 5 guys fully kitted out, and you're still going to be a target. What kind of ARs do you have, Orange Smoke? I'm pretty sure we've talked about it, but I don't recall. Yeah, you'd be the gray man. For me, we live in a fairly large populated area of the state. To 100 miles north of us to 150 miles south, there's not a lot of open space. We go west, and yeah, it gets sparser and sparser, but still every 20, 25 minutes there's a town. You go east, there's nothing but a big lake. So to think that you're gonna backpack out of an urban area and go survive in the wilderness in my part of the state, that's not gonna happen. You'd never, number one, you'd never make it. You'd be a target.
Yeah.
You have the same at the moment. Kenny Ramirez, double tap that screen for me. and we'll answer the question. Watch for a like. I'm gonna have to start doing the troll toll. Get some likes driven up on this.
All right, we got a like.
So a magazine like that, if it wasn't YouTube compliant, would hold 75 rounds. But that one's YouTube compliant, only holds 19. Your mom and sister?
Yeah, or at least mom.
What are you gonna use it for? Make sure you say thank you to the bathroom for letting you use it.
I get it.
AR-10s can be a lot of fun. I will, at some point I need to get another one. I have one, but it's got a 16-inch barrel. I'd like one with an 18-inch barrel.
Failed appointment.
Hmm?
It's a total failed appointment.
Why? We're live. Right? You can go up there. You can go up, you can go over there if you want. But what brand AR-10 did you have? What do you think of that 6.5 Creedmoor Rock River 28-inch barrel? It's a long barrel. What do you think of the 6.5 Creedmoor over 308? You can brush, go in and out, but you always want to clean a gun from the chamber to the muzzle. Most of the time, you don't want to use a brush if you don't have to. Everybody goes and shoots, and they come home, they brush the shit out of their barrel until it's clean. That's hard on a barrel. So you go shoot and you come home, put a little bit of solvent in it, brush the gun out, and you're good to go. Even last year we shot probably 50,000 rounds through the Checkmate, and I clean and lube the gun, and I'll mop out the chamber, but I never even actually brushed out the barrel. I just mop it out. So when your accuracy falls off the gun, clean the barrel. But it's hard on guns to sit and brush them or do all that. You don't need to. People over clean their stuff. Yeah, you just don't need to brush them. Everybody thinks you need to, but it's hard on them. Four to 16. Yeah, optics are always a hard choice. There's a million of them. That's probably why I don't have a billion optics. You know, I have stuff on the guns we use, but I get very indecisive on what I want for optics. If I were shooting with people and they had optics and I needed something, I would check their stuff out. But there's so many things out there and it's such a huge price range that you kind of want to buy once. Pitting in the performance. It might. It might depend on where it's at. It'll definitely fall out the gun more. So Orange Smoke, you said you got to start back at work on Monday. What time you got to get up? I know we talked about earlier. You like to be at your job site before everybody else to be fueled up and ready to go. But I forget what you said wake up time is. Huh. Is there a lot of gun ranges in California or by the area you live? Usually wake up at 5, depending on how far you gotta drive. That's not too bad then. You wanna pull the statistics up? Do they show? Usually pitting is caused by corrosion. So, my experience generally when you get a lot of corrosion in a barrel or you use corrosive ammunition, that will develop into pitting. If the gun still shoots, run it. If it doesn't, then rebarrel it. But generally speaking, it's corrosion. So what kind of, I should ask, what kind of guns are you seeing the pitting in? That doesn't have a total.
No, just has average wash time.
45,000 miles on in a truck. Holy fuck, that's a lot of driving. That's a lot of driving.
8 months, yeah.
Yeah, that would be crazy to see in a PDP. Are you sure it's pitting and not just fouling? So when you want to get a good look in a barrel, I'll give you a little hint too. Take a white patch, your cleaning patch, and slowly put it in your barrel, and you can shine it in the light. You can see the rifling stuff a whole lot better. And then you can slowly go to the end of the barrel, and you get a better look of what the rifle actually looks like versus what you're able to see with a bore light or something, unless you have a bore scope. But a good trick is to take your pistol rod on the J, put a clean patch on it, and you'll see it when you look in the light. You'll see the rifling a whole lot better. Yeah, don't ever dump oil in a barrel and not wipe it out. It will cause it causes hydraulic damage. It'll push a certain amount of fluid out in front of the projectile, but you will cause hydraulic damage to a barrel.
Yeah, this is personal truck.
Yeah, that's a lot of miles on a personal truck. Yeah,
You bailed from your kids' orange smoke?
No, he's talking about the job.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said earlier, you know, depending on the bore solvent you use, like a lot of them, and this includes CLP, which it's not a bore solvent. CLP is not a bore solvent. It's not a great preservative. It's not a great lubricant. It's not a great cleaner. But like a good share of the bore solvents, a good share of the bore solvents will remove oil and stuff. So after you clean a barrel, you need to lightly reapply a preservant type oil. If you use something like Hoppy's number 9, which is it's a good cleaner. It's not the best cleaner. If you stay on top of your stuff, it works. It does have a preservant oil in it. But when I clean a barrel, I'll run the patches dry at the end, make sure the barrel is clean. And generally speaking, I'll take an aerosol can of some rum oil. I'll hose down a patch, get it nice and wet. I'll push that patch through the barrel a couple of times, give it like 4 or 5 minutes, and then push a dry patch through it, and you're good to go. It's not going to rust or corrode. And you don't have to have, it's not going to be an excessive amount. The rum oil will actually start to dry as a film. It'll stay wet, but once you wipe it out, there'll be just trace amounts, and that's a great way to leave a barrel after you're cleaning it. Marco, what's going on? How are you doing? Double tap that like screen. What kind of ammunition do you run through that Walther? Are you running any like steel case type stuff? 'Cause sometimes the older steel case ammo, depending on where it's from, may be corrosive. No, Fiocchi. Yeah, so I would look at it with that, like I said, a clean patch on the end of your jag, and you'd be able to see the rifling a lot better. You'd be able to see the barrel a lot better. Yeah, it probably wasn't corrosive. That's more modern type ammunition. So old ammunition, you get corrosive ammunition in 2 different spots. Sometimes it was from the actual powder, and then later it was from the types of primers that were used. There was sulfur salt in it. So I'm not familiar of any modern ammunition that still contains any kind of corrosive, but it can. So the best I can do for you is going to be this. I can zoom up on it a little bit. I can't handle guns on lives. Have a full bar in the phone shit. There. Back to where we were. I don't know that an AK-47 is the best gun. They're good guns. All right, man. You do that, and I'll have my kid pull it up so we can watch it. So do the power factor on 1700 feet and 50 grain projectile.
50 grain. Okay.
Yeah.
50 times 170.
I'm just curious what that works out to be.
85.
Power factor of 85
50 grain.
at 1700 feet per second.
Yep. I'll show you. So 50 times 1700.
What's 85,000?
Then divide by 1,000.
So when we do the math, we just did the math on them rounds, and 1700 feet per second looks fast, but it's actually a pretty weak cartridge when we're doing the numbers on it. No, Fraser, it's a 44 Magnum. Yes, there's a Tommy gun there.
Yeah, in order to make USPSA power factor for that minor,
Yeah.
they need over double that. Or no. Double put it over. Okay. Need 2,500 feet per second.
I like the one right. That's a nice rifle. I'm not sure. Maybe the Thompson you're talking about? What's up, Leroy? You guys are a handful.
Yeah, they are.
Is that a Colt? No, there's no Colts on the table. The Thompson, no, that's not a Colt manufactured Thompson. It's a auto ordnance. Zahn, no, I don't have any cool German World War II guns anymore. I wish I still did. That's a regret selling my Mauser. Yeah, you got me, man. I mean, that's not much of an arsenal out here, is it? Move. Hold him hold. We'll get you because it's getting old. Yeah, well, like you guys have seen, I can put 30-40 grand worth of firearms on the table and people will still tell me that's not anything. It's a, pathetic or whatever else. Everybody's always going to have something smart to say. Thing is when they say stuff like that, we can laugh because, I mean, you've seen it. Kristen, you're from Canada, I take it? Christina? Yeah, if they own anything, it's funny, man. I'm not even gonna sweat it. They're more than welcome to hang out and chat, and if they want to troll, we'll let them troll for a little bit anyway. Zan, or Zane, is it Zane, I assume? Hopefully you've subscribed to the channel. Throw a like on the live here, double tap the screen to do that. 80 grands, you're just getting started. My wife would absolutely love me if that's all I've spent. funny. It's funny because that's purposely not out today. I was asked last night by John Wick and a Wool, not to put it out to see how long it took somebody to notice. It's a Ivor Johnson target model. It's from 1903. $40 for 20-year-olds is definitely expensive. Have you fired them in the gun? Do they cycle? Yeah, you need to test fire them if you're going to carry them for sure. $2.45 a round. That is expensive. Wade, are you asking if I have an M14? I have an M1A, which is the civilian version of an M14. I am still live, Thomas. Like I said, we'll be live for a while. I got 100 hours left to go on my watch hours to be fully monetized. I got grounded this last week. I lost a week of time over a strike, a YouTube strike. So my goal, I should have been monetized by the end of the week here. But I got grounded, so we'll make up some time. Last couple days, I was able to start posting again on Thursday. So we did some long lives yesterday. We'll do a long one today. Just to try to make sure I hit them hours. We should hit it. Smokey, I'm not worried about getting caught for anything. I'm completely legit. Christina, or is it Christina or Kristen? I know some girls I know have the same name, and some prefer Kristen, some prefer Christian, some prefer Christina. So I looked up Wisconsin, beautiful place, going to visit. Sure, hope ice is not. Yeah, if you don't have any, if you don't have any criminal convictions, you'll be fine. Wisconsin is a very beautiful state. I think the vast majority of America is beautiful in a lot of different ways. You know, even out southwest, the whole country is a beautiful country. The helmet isn't a Harley helmet. I have a Harley bank sitting back there. Came from Blue Chips. But I do appreciate you subscribing and liking the video. That's fabulous. Feel free to stick around and ask all the questions you want. Every time I do a live, I try to put different stuff on the table. Sometimes I go for the pistol collection, especially when I'm trying to get them watch hours up. You know, I throw 30 pistols on the table, and a lot of people seem to like them and ask questions. But no matter what I put up on here, somebody always asks about something that isn't there, which is okay. That I try to make sure the next live I have them out. Yeah. That helmet was actually provided by my job. Um, Different things we did is we had to go to a range to test. We were required to wear obviously certain gear. So then we're provided. Yeah, we'll put the sign back up. Um, I said we just tried to do something a little different, and we had the helmet off. I was wiping it off, and we stuck it out because it was getting wiped off. Yeah, there's no infidel or P Diddy parties um, going on here. Yeah, the piggy bank. I got a whole bunch of them. All mine are upstairs in my room on my dresser. That one was one I bought my mom years ago. A lot of people see them black pig banks like that and they think they're all the same. Every year they produce them. They change the design just a little bit. If you're a person who has them and actually knows about them, you'll pick out the design changes every year. But at a quick glance, they all look the same. I I have a government job. I test equipment for the Department of Defense. Sometimes it is. I've been doing it a long time. Just like any job, it's a job, right? Getting paid to break stuff is kind of cool. Getting paid to break stuff and I don't have to fix it is really cool. No field degree. I have a degree in machine tool, but that's not job related. My job related is just experience, field experience. Buttery breakdown. 223 DMR, how are you doing, sir? It's good to see you. Thanks for jumping in here with us. Yeah, I've been overseas. Uh, yeah, they're fun to shoot. That one I think's a 45, if I remember right. I got asked about it earlier, and I should go look at the balls. I think it's 45. I have not been to Ramstein. Hey, Gage. Um, I have no opinion on anything aviation related. Uh, that's not something in my field of expertise. I mean, we've used the plane for since what, the 70s. There's I don't know how many different retrofits have happened. Yeah, 44, especially in a carbine, it's a pretty good deer round actually. Come on, go if you're going. Go. No, not really. Everything I've been on train-wise has all been within a day of traveling. Never anything real long like multi-day or any of that. Do you have changed his number? You have Croc's number?
No. I don't really have anyone's number anymore. Since I got the new phone, because nothing transferred over. So I don't have really anyone's number.
I'm just half debating if I shouldn't show up tonight. Showed up last week.
Yeah.
They told me that I couldn't use the full brass charge on my brass frame because they said it would shoot itself apart. Probably, yeah. I've been told the same thing. The brass frames, you'll end up stretching them and it destroys the gun. So you wanna be conservative on the charge. I saw small videos uploading. I kind of made it for you guys, so let's see. Yeah, as soon as it's uploaded, I'll pull it up on the kid's phone. Hey, you guys can order ammo to my house too. I'll take any of the ammunition you guys need a home for. Unlike some people on the internet, I will teach my adopted cartridges to be real cartridges. They won't be a 44 Magnum and identify as a 38 Special. You pulling riffraff up? He's uploading a video. We'll check it out. .22 super fun. Oh. Yeah, I know. We've seen riffraff a bunch of times.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It sounds like FFLs that don't want to be in business.
Yeah.
You don't own any 22s, John? .22 rimfire can be a lot of fun to shoot. Big Dirty Dan. Did you see the actual squib video? A lot of people don't like that video. They say there's too many memes in it. When we were doing it, I rushed the video because there was a lot of people that watched the short. And so we rushed the video. And I thought it was funny. I thought it would do a better job of keeping people's attention. But man, oh man, oh man, there's a lot of people that did not like that video. Yeah, you should check out some 22s. They're fun to shoot. It's good practice and it's good to go from your normal 9mm back to a 22 sometimes and rework on the basic fundamentals because yeah, that was kind of the big point of what I wanted to show was the noise. Even with that, it's funny. I even showed it on camera side by side, and I still had people arguing with me that it wasn't a squib. I'm like, I made it. I made the video. I loaded the cartridge with no powder, and I loaded multiple so I could show multiple examples. It was definitely a squib. And I had people, you don't know what you're talking about. You're right, man. I don't know what I'm talking about. But hopefully somebody gets something out of it. You know, I tried in the beginning of the video to show the basic fundamentals that the video were going to be about. So if they watched through the whole thing, then I just kind of repeated the information in a couple different ways for them. But Dante, my everyday carry is a Glock 26, a Gen 5 Glock 26. Unless I'm feeling froggy, and then I put like some with a 12-inch barrel and appendix carry. Do me a solid, Dante, and double tap that screen for me. You too, Big Dirty Dan. Double tap that screen for me. Is his stuff pulled up?
Just refresh it.
I want to pull Big Dirty Dan up. Let's see if he's got content. If he is, we'll just make him mod.
Yeah, he does.
Hey, Big Dirty Dan. Hopefully you're going to stick around for a little while. We'll christen you to be a moderator too, so you can check stuff out. 223 DMR will do the same thing for you. That way you can check out some of the other channels that are in the live here. Being a moderator gives you the power to kick people out. I would respectfully ask, don't kick people out unless there's like a really good reason. We're gonna get people coming in and trolling. That's to be expected. Usually I try to talk nicely to them and convince them, hey, let's just hang out and chat and not be a troll. If they want to still troll, then we boot them. Anybody talks about self-harm, they got to get booted. Anybody that talks about schools, we boot them. And anybody that the for sure thing, looking at all firearms, I'm scared, they get booted. But with making you a mod, that gives you the ability to click into other people's channels and find their channels. So it's a great way to network and meet some of these other guys, and that way they can find you and you can find them and support one another. It's okay. A lot of people own air rifles. Yeah, man, no worries. Yeah, Jay Lee, when he shows up, if he comes back, don't ever boot him. We kind of let him do his thing, man. Same with if Triple K shows up, I kind of let him do his thing too. Mainly because they make me laugh. Anybody you can be offensive, you can be even moderately disrespectful, but if you're being funny about it and you're adding something to the conversation, I mean, by all means. We're all adults, or I'm sure most of us are adults. So to sit here and talk and joke and everything else is funny. There are blank guns? What do you mean by Andy Robert, there are blank guns? Are you asking if these are blank guns? No, they're real, man. At some point it would be good to maybe pull that light out.
Yeah.
No, they're not blank guns, man. If you believe that, feel free to go to the channel. I broke into my dad's safe. Yeah, no, I'm the dad here. Sorry, bud. Warren, yep, that's a real Thompson. Yeah, man, check them guys out. Let them know. Let them know when you subscribe to them. Let them know you came from my live. Cool. You'll pull it up. Do I support migrants? Do I support legal immigration? I 100% support legal immigration.
I'm still not seeing it.
You may have to back up and go back in.
Yeah, I just did that.
The Thompson's a 1927 Deluxe. 1927 was it 1927 A1, I think. It's technically the model 1927 A1 Deluxe. It's an auto ordinance. Do you support the U.S. military? I absolutely support the U.S. military.
I need to get up, Leroy. You said.
Oh boy, you're gonna go lather up for the Mexican restaurant. Well, hey man, I'll catch you later on Smoke. Remember, it's Friday night's date night, so don't get too stuffed that you can't handle business later. And turn it up a little so I can hear it. Who is this? Oh, Riff. Riff, I'm watching your video right now as we speak.
Hey, why?
You are absolutely a jackass because the U.S. does allow migrants. What the U.S. isn't allowing is illegal migrants. You can't come to my country. You cannot illegally enter into my country and then say you want to be an American citizen. Your first act in the country, your very first fucking step in America was an illegal act, a criminal act. Shut the fuck up. Boot his ass out of here. Bitch, get down the road. I don't even want to hear nothing else this fucking joke has to say. Go fuck yourself. How's that? Goodbye.
Ooh.
That punk ass talking about, oh, we can't come into the country. Dude, don't talk stupid. We allow migrants. Just about everybody in America, their family migrated at some point.
Oh, Wyatt got hit. You're just saying hi.
Who?
Wyatt.
Why? I think I just hit you by accident. If you're still here,
we can't revoke it.
I'm sorry. I hit your button by accident out of rage.
Yeah, 300 seconds. So
it's 300 seconds. Hang out. But I'm sorry I hit your button, Wyatt. We didn't mean to boot you. Dallas, how are you doing? No work today, or are you at work right now? Yeah. I hear that all the time from people. And like I said, I 100% support legal immigration. If you want to make a new life for your family, for yourself, you want to go to a country that is maybe going to offer you more opportunities, man, come on over. Legal immigration. You want to come into a country and your very first footstep into a country is illegal? No, go on down the road. Oh, well, I missed it. I was probably on my little rant. So, yeah, good job, Orange Smoke. I mean, you guys know what you're doing. Like I said, I'm half watching this video from Riff Raff. So,
I think part of the reason you kept saying hi though is we weren't responding to it.
Yeah, well, that's all right. If he's still here, come back in 300 seconds. I'm sorry for not catching you, but how are y'all doing? Thanks for coming. Bottle of water. Yes, they are absolutely real. Double tap that like screen for me. I'm ready to cut grass, getting them out. We need more Indian, South America, anti-white dude. I don't know what you're even running on about. Are you saying I'm anti-white? Or we need Indian, South... What are you trying to say? Well... okay. America's a melting pot for every nationality, every ethnic group, every culture, religious set or religion that's ever existed. If you want to come to America and assimilate into the country and be part of the American culture, that's great. Welcome. But if you want to come into America and you think that you're going to turn it into whatever you just left, you think you're going to turn it into El Salvador or something like that, and you don't want to agree with what America is, then go back home, man. You know, that's supposed to be what it is. You come here for the American dream, not come to America and bring your problems with you. Did you have the 50 revolver with long barrel? No, I don't own a 500. Hey man, as long as they want to be part of America, that's great. Muslims want to come and be part of the American culture, and they're here to be a citizen. That's great. Now, there's different types of Muslims. There's the Muslims that are good people and they follow the Quran and they believe in peace, love, and happiness for everybody. That's great. Now, these dudes that want to blow themselves up and have jihad, that's a whole nother thing. There's a whole nother thing. So I don't own a Spyderco or Benchmade, so I'm probably not the one to give you input on that. They're nice, but they're a little expensive. Yeah, don't come to America hating America. You know, that's the truth right there. 100% truth. I don't care what nationality somebody is if they're decent. You know, I'll admit I stereotype people. We all do. It's human nature. You look at somebody at a glance and you judge them. If I'm going down the street and I see a black dude and he's got his pants around his ankle or his knees and he's acting a certain way, I'm going to stereotype him to something he may not be. And the same thing if I see somebody in a suit, right? I may look at somebody in a suit and I'm gonna be like, oh, they're probably a respectful person. That's one of my kids. They got a whole bunch of them. I think that one was that one Harley's or yours?
Harley's.
That one's my daughter's.
I have 5 upstairs.
My son's got 5 upstairs. So that was one she brought home and she put it there. So if she put it there, I'm gonna leave it. Just like all the little clay pieces up there, them are all things she made, so. Yeah, and that's absolutely right, Thomas. You know, the Muslim religion isn't about war. No more than it is with Christianity or Judaism, Buddhism, Hindu, any of them. Almost all the religions are the same. They're telling you to be a good person, to respect one another, to value life and all that. So no, I'm not a karate master.
He's back.
It's the kid who.
I didn't realize that Thomas came back.
Yeah, sorry, he's back. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that.
Yeah. So I you get it, right? People come to America and, you know, oh, America has firearms. Then you come to America and you start seeing people with firearms. Dude, you don't say, I want to ban them. Or, I mean, we all know what I'm trying to say. And you all know, you've probably all said it the same way and you feel the same. So, yeah, it looks like you're real close to completing your build there. Well, Elijah, I think, I mean, a lot of people have said that and feel that way, and, you know, maybe they're not here to say that. So, a person that has hate in their heart is going to get hate back at them. And I promise you, one thing that Israelis are good at is giving back hate. So, I'm not saying they're right, I'm not saying they're wrong, but I am saying it's not a country I'd want to be at war with. Yeah, you're right. I won't completely say, let me rephrase that. no way. I won't completely say you're right because I know people that have immigrated. I know I work with some Laotians, um, and they came over in the early '80s. Man, they're some of the most redneck people I know, and they are 100% everything about America. I've never heard them say anything bad, uh, and that's honesty. They love firearms. They love being able to hunt. They, you know, they're good people. Do they breed like rabbits? Yeah, they breed like rabbits. Is that a bad thing? Well, there's a lot of people in America that breed like they're rabbits. I appreciate it, 223 DMR. Um, so maybe we should get off. Maybe we should get off the whole immigration thing because clearly for me it's a heated thing. Um, that's why I try. I don't ever bring it up, but most of the time when people bring it up, it's they're trying to bait you into something. So you want to bait me into something, then
See what he's talking about. So, Bravo 7.
Well, no way. Like I said, man. Um, spend a little time on my channel. You'll be able to figure out my beliefs. That's about all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna sit here and um, defend anybody, and I'm not gonna sit here and persecute anybody. Spend a little time. Watch some of my videos. You'll figure out real quick what I'm about. But what I am about, and I'll say it again, is everybody should have an opportunity to, if they want to go through the legal process of being a citizen. There's nothing wrong with that. If they want to come to the country and they want to hold some of their um, heritages or whatever you want to call it that way, that's fine. But if you come to America, be an American citizen. If you want to enter into a country illegally, then enter into a country illegally, and I hope they give you the death penalty.
This is what he was talking about. Bravo 7.
Oh, okay.
Better picture of it off of website with it. This is what it'd look like.
That whole thing in Gaza, I'm not there. I don't have a nickel in the fight. Like you said, they need some place to go. And remember, that was their homeland before the Muslims took it. So their land wasn't stolen and given to them. Their land was returned to them.
Main issue with it, though, is this actually what we're doing in school right now?
Pull his channel up.
Okay. It's what we're doing in school. Their biggest issue is that the Muslims had been there for 2,000
I don't care
years.
if they were there 2,000 years.
Yeah.
I think that whole thing in that part of the country is fucked up from every side. Yep, Juan, you got me, man. They're all airsoft.
Oh, wait. 2311.
Should get a 2311. Maybe at some point. Juan, I'm not concerned at all about what the ATF has or what the ATF knows I have. So if you're an illegal, if you aren't able to legally own firearms, great. Then I guess you wouldn't want to show people. I'm not an illegal citizen. I'm not a felon. I'm not a domestic abuser. I'm not a drug user. I'm none of this stuff. So why would I be concerned if the ATF knows I own a firearm? I think the truth of that part of the world is that's their own problem. Let them figure it out and work it out. Uh, Muslims and Israelites have been at war since before Christ, right? So they've been at war for thousands of years, and they're going to be at war 1,000 years from now. That's what they do. Let them figure it out themselves. Maybe the sooner they figure it out, and that could be exterminating the other side. Let them figure it out. You can't meet somebody and have violence and aggression towards them and think that you're not going to receive violence and aggression in returns. You're not going to be able to go have a fight with somebody and then say, "Oh, well, they attacked me back and some innocent civilians got killed or harmed or whatever." Both sides own it. Both sides picked a fight. Both sides could stop it at any point. They don't want to. Let them figure their shit out. I appreciate it, not a sponsor. Evidently, this turned into a whole political rant about and Israel and Gaza. What a twist it took.
Yeah.
You want to get that light out like I asked?
Okay.
Or it does make money. If it wasn't for the industrial military complex, I wouldn't be working.
I just realized how funny kind of is.
I think people should be deported when they stop following the obligations of the green cards. Part of the green card is you have to be paying taxes, you have to be working, and you have to be a productive legal member of society. So if you're in America and you're breaking the law, you shouldn't be here. That's like you're here on probation. You mess up, you go away. You get a job, you're on probation. If you show up late, if you do a half-assed job, you're gonna be fired, right? Put your time in, get your citizenship, and then if you want to do stupid stuff like the rest of us. But until that happens, follow the laws. Hey, you want to fix it now?
I didn't realize I messed it up.
Sorry. Kid decided he wanted to mess shit up here, so I apologize for that. Turn that one on too. I'll start getting some lights turned on since it's starting to get a little darker. Let's see the other video. Yeah, I appreciate it if you share the channel, man. Share away. Like I've said before, and I don't know if you've heard me, when you're trying to build a channel, grow a channel, the way to do it is to get subscribers and get views. So we've done a lot of stupid shorts trying to get to that point where our channel gets shared. It's not necessarily the content I want to make. I like shooting videos. I like sharing videos of my family competing. And we're trying to get monetized. So we'll be monetized either through today or maybe tomorrow or the next day. And we have videos that are coming up, things that are planned. So with a green card, you can drive in the United States. Now, if you're driving and you kill somebody because you were driving drunk or you were driving reckless, should you be allowed to stay in the United States? No, man. Do your prison time and go home. You know? Think about it, right? If you let somebody in your house, it can even be somebody you know. But if you were nice enough and graceful enough to let somebody come into your house, to come in, use your bathroom, use your shower, sleep in your spare bed, and you said, "Hey, look, only thing I ask is you stay out of trouble and you help out. Hey, if you dirty dishes, wash the dishes, right? Hey, if the garbage is full, take the garbage out. And they came in there and they took a shit on your pillow. They ate all your food, pissed on the toilet seat, and when you asked about it, they said, go fuck yourself. Would you let them stay? You know, at what point would you be like, all right, man, this isn't working? You know what I mean? You want to go to a country, be a productive member of that country. You want to go to a country and be a drain and a leech and not be productive, not. They should have to act like I have to act. They shouldn't be out breaking laws, because I'm not out there breaking laws. Most American citizens aren't out there breaking the laws. So why would I be cool with somebody from another country coming to my homeland and getting away with breaking the laws? Nobody would be cool with that. We can argue and say it's okay, it's acceptable, but nobody's getting deported for simple mistakes. People are being deported because they either miss going to court, people are picking up criminal charges, people are here and not being a productive member of the community, meaning they're working and paying taxes, or most of them because they're criminals. They left their country as a criminal. You can start a new life in a country, but you don't get to run from your criminal past and take it to a new place. If your whole life you were a piece of shit, then you're still going to be a piece of shit. You don't get to run from your past because you think somehow somebody owes you something. I don't owe anybody anything. I don't owe them a new life because they fucked up in their own country. I don't owe them a second or third chance because they came to the country and they want to be a drain on the society. Why do I have to pay their way? I shouldn't have to. Nor should anybody else. You know, we all work. We all pay our 60-70% in taxes. You know, they can do the same. If they don't want to do that, stay where they are. Go to a different country. Absolutely. And that's what I was saying. You can't start over in a new country and your very first step, your very first act in a new country is a criminal act that gets you incarcerated. Guess what? You came here with criminal intentions. You came here knowing you were going to willfully and knowingly break the law. Guess what? If I went to other countries and I knowingly broke the law, guess what? I'm a criminal. Should a criminal be allowed into a country? No, they shouldn't. Why would you let them? People are allowed to go to the border. You go to the border and you ask for asylum. And you have to do it at, one of 7 port of entries? These people choose to do it the way they do it because it's easier. So if something is easier, what makes you think they want to change your life? Nothing about changing anybody's life or circumstances is easy, ever. You know, it's not hard to get a good job. It's not hard to keep a good job. It's not hard to have a family. You know, these are things that people have to struggle with and work at. You know, you don't get to skip the whole board and go right to payday. Yeah, they just walk right in here too. And that's part of the problem. Is that just walking in? That's not right. They shouldn't be just walking in. Because it's not right. It's not fair to the people that have to work. It's not right for the people that can't get a job as a citizen because companies would rather pay illegal immigrants under the table. So not only does the company not provide workman's comp, they're not providing insurance, they're not paying federal tax, they're not paying state tax, they're not paying workman's comp, plus the employee's not paying state tax, federal tax, or anything else. Why is that person being given an advantage over somebody else? They shouldn't be. It's illegal. It's criminal. Well, I can tell you this, at any point, especially if he came here as a kid and then went to college, he had every opportunity to become a legal citizen of the country. So again, making a couple bucks, we can all say we've done it, right? He still willfully broke the law, and he wasn't a citizen. Period. He wasn't a citizen. The H&R retro rifles are actually pretty cool. I do like them too. So the thing is, when you start talking about criminal behavior, especially stuff like you're saying, somebody made a computer, that was a willful act. That wasn't something, hey, he sold a computer on Craigslist. You're saying he flat out made a computer that was encrypted and knowingly, willfully sold it to a cartel for criminal behavior, criminal act. That's a crime. It's a crime. It wasn't something that just happened. He willfully did it. So at what point should somebody be in trouble? Guy's walking down the street, has a joint in his pocket. Should he get in trouble for it? Maybe not. He's got an eighth in his pocket, a quarter ounce, an ounce, a pound, a kilo. At what point? Criminal behavior is criminal behavior. If you don't want to get in trouble, don't do it. Right? You don't want to get pulled over for speeding, don't break the law. Simple. I agree, DMR. 100%. You willfully, purposely, and let's face it, these guys that are coming to the border, even before they get here, they're dealing with fucking criminals to be able to get here. They're paying big money to get here. Well, if they're paying thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to get here, then they can absolutely drive themselves to the border, get a fucking hotel room, apply for political asylum, and wait for their court case. Because it just costs them more to pay that coyote than it would have just to just do it legally. They want to come here illegally. They want to fly under the radar. Bullshit. They want a handout. I don't give bums on the money. The bums on the street money. I don't give a dude that's begging for money that can stand outside of a gas station for 12, 14 hours every single day. I don't give them money. Because if they're able to stand there that long, they can go across the street and ask somebody if they can pick up garbage or make a fucking job. They just want to be lazy and do their own thing. They want to feel independent. Bullshit. You should absolutely call ICE. You know, the shame of that too is that these employers are getting away with it. If you're knowingly, willfully aiding and abetting illegals, which in other aspects, right? If you're aiding and abetting a criminal organization, you get charged with RICO. You can be aiding and abetting misdemeanor crimes, get a RICO charge, you're going to prison for life. It's no different than that shit. If they're knowingly, willfully aiding and abetting criminal activities, they should be held to a very high standard of penalty. Start putting people in prison for 15 years, and then we'll see how much them saving, $10 an employee is worth. But we should probably get off this subject because I'm gonna get more and more pissed. I think by now you guys know how I feel. Yeah?
Yeah.
I agree with that. there's no reason an American veteran is on the street at all. Even if they're a drug user, there should be places for them to go that's not on the streets. When we're giving money to third world countries for transgender programs, and we have American military veterans on the streets, even not only veterans, but we have American citizens on the streets and homeless, there's no reason for that. None. Zero. Zilch. What happens 20,000 miles away, 5,000 miles away in 4 different time zones? I don't care. I care about what happens here because it affects me, it affects my family, and it affects our way of life. Seven Son, I'm sorry, I missed all your comments. I missed all your comments. I had to go back here and can you go back and see what his comments were, Gage?
Okay.
You know, I guess asking me what I think about illegal immigration, we should ask the people that immigrated here illegally. How many people that you think came here from another country and went through the whole process, started over, built a life in a country? How do you think them guys feel?
Previous comment was many Swedish built America 1800. So probably around 1800, a lot of Swedish came to America, I'm guessing the same.
Yeah, different countries, I mean, and different philosophies, right? How people feel about immigration right now today is very different than how they felt 6 years ago. You know, how they felt 5 years ago, how they felt 4 years ago, how they felt a year ago. You know, I think the vast majority of people have no problem with immigration. I think the problem is the illegal immigration. You want to go back to that other channel so we get the time? I probably shouldn't have even been baited into that, huh?
Probably not.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Live and learn. Yeah, and the quantity of it is crazy. You know, and the fact of it is all the exploitation that's taken place too, is messed up. You know, the way it was going and the things that were happening, it isn't good for anybody. It isn't good for the citizens. It's not good for the illegal immigrants. It's not good for the immigrants. It's not good for anybody. You know, and that's a shame. That's a shame that it got to that way. It's a shame that people are so strongly like angry about it. That should really say something. I mean, it something really happened. You know, something really went wrong when 90% of a population is angry about something happening. But yeah, Rossi 44 Magnum. nice stock, stainless steel, good shooter. Yeah, Smith & Wesson 38 Special Bodyguard. We got that Taurus 357 Magnum up there. Yeah, it's definitely not the land of milk and the honey. And your It's a hard thing. I think when you start knowingly, willfully engage in and participate in and aid in criminal activities, then that is what it is. Yeah, not only the children, but everybody. Uh, even these men, right? These men that are engaging in that type of stuff, think about the impact that has in their personal life with their own families or the rest of society. I mean, these guys are straight predators. It's horrible. Oh, yeah, it's a conversation we could have probably avoided.
Probably.
The stainless one in the front is a Taurus. The very end revolver is a Smith & Wesson Bodyguard. See, keep in mind though, John, is there's different levels, right? So, my grandparents immigrated, second generation. I mean, would you put people in that same line? No, my ancestral heritage came. Now, are we talking people that have been here 100 years, 50 years? No, I don't name any of my guns. Most of them we refer to by either the manufacturer date of it or by a model number. I would guess. Excuse me. I would guess that ammo prices are going to go up, and that's horrible. I think there's a reason they did another 90-day extension on when tariffs are going to kick in. Uh, you know, it something has to change. Some of this, again, not to go back, but illegal immigrants are absolutely taxing our society. You have a huge. There's more illegal immigrants coming in than some states have in population, and they're not contributing. So that's hard. No, I've never heard of Sky ECC. Indicted. Brian, how are you doing? Yeah. So I think a lot of times when people say, "Hey, we were all immigrants," I think that's what a lot of people refer to as, "Hey, we all our family history, our bloodlines all come from someplace." Very few people were ever born in this country. Bloodlines from the start. You know what I mean? Um, so that's important. That's important to remember. You know. Go ahead and block him. I don't even want to deal with that shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm good, Brian. I'm glad you came. What's big for the weekend? You got to work all week. Shit. shit box next door. Is that what we're hearing?
Mm-hmm. There's, yeah.
You know, it's kind of interesting, Dave, when you start thinking about it. Like, why our great grandparents went where they did, right? I've wondered that a lot. My son and I have talked about it. You know, what would make my family decide to come to Wisconsin of all places? I mean, goddamn, go to Florida or someplace nice, and they came because it was a similar climate to what they had in Germany. The Ruger 1022s, they're in the safe. I can do it live tomorrow and put them out here if you want to see them. I have 3 of them. So subscribe to the channel, double tap the screen to put a like on it, and I think I would differ greatly on that. To have a freedom doesn't give you an open pass to commit criminal activities and not be held responsible. If I'm at the gun range and I'm rapid firing a gun and my projectile leaves that range, travels 2 miles and kills somebody, I'm going to prison for murder. I don't own any Mini 14s or Mini 30s. That's all right, Brian. I know you work a lot. So, if I hand my son a firearm and he goes and commits a criminal act with it, I am liable for giving him that firearm. Now, if I legally sell a firearm to somebody and they go and commit a criminal act with it, no, because what I did was a legal process. So it's no different than if you let somebody use your car, you let them borrow your car, and they go down the street and they hit and kill somebody. Guess what? You are responsible. Your insurance or your financial obligation will be to fix that. Now, if somebody steals your car and goes and commits a violent criminal act, are you liable? No. There's differences there. It's not quite the same as I think is what you're trying to say. Bob, they are all real guns. Stay there. I got it. I appreciate it, man. You know, keep in mind, there's stuff I would like to say, and there's stuff I know I can't get away with saying on YouTube. That's why I keep saying at some point you got to kind of realize what I'm about. I mean, I'm just a dude, man, right? My family works, I work. Nobody's getting anything for free. I'm not a big fan of criminals, of thugs, of gangsters. I'm not the one to cast a stone and say, I never broke the law, because I broke a lot of laws. I'm guilty of shit on a lot of stuff. But what I can say is, as I try to be a good person, as I try to be a productive member of society, I hold my freedom at a very high level. So I willfully choose not to break the law. And I also understand that if I choose to break the law, that there's consequences. Your name is Bob, get the hell away from me. What is that, Dave?
Oh, there's someone else in there with the name Bob. that said, "What are those? Yeah, what are these real guns or toys?"
I said they were real.
Yeah.
Did I miss something there? I mean,
That was fairly recent.
I know. I acknowledged. I said they're real guns. Or is he just giving him shit because his name's Bob?
Probably not doing shit.
Michael Hedberg joke. I'm opening up that loading press I got from Lee. I was gonna do it on a live and I don't know. I lost patience. Something just fall. Look at that. Hoop tubes. Think we got a sticker?
I mean, it's not CZ, so probably.
Well, I'm not seeing any stickers. Wait.
Maybe it's in the box somewhere else. A lot more in there.
Yeah, no, I don't see any stickers. My name was Richard. I would prefer that people call me Dickhead instead. Is your name seriously Richard, or is that just a joke?
Said if my name was Richard.
Oh, if your name was Richard. Interesting. So I'm gonna need some more of the collets that go on the top.
Yeah. Oh, yours smells like one you have?
Hmm?
Said one like you have?
Mm-hmm. Tools. Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow we can hook that up. I think I'd go by Rich. I throw this stuff away before you take off. Where are you going anyway?
I just want to see. I made up one about my wrist.
Told you, quit beating off with that one. Hold this. A Wi-Fi for a restaurant, not a cartel. Don't worry, don't snitch on me too ice. Don't really want to see Wisconsin and drink cream soda there.
Yeah, cream soda is pretty good.
I don't think I have any reason to say anything to you, to anybody, Tom.
I'm assuming you made a comment that we missed.
Oh. And honestly, I've kind of enjoyed chatting with you. I remember we chatted before for quite a while. I enjoyed that conversation. I think you would be surprised to come to an America as another nationality.
Oh, that's why he was saying that. It's because of the comment he made earlier about Mexican that came as a kid, went through college, did computer, all the coding and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he said just a minute ago, I'm going to the gas station to get some soda at 1 a.m. Here, looking forward to the chat. Looking forward to chat you when I'm back. Have some coding to do.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Only thugs in Bico that sell weed. Sorry, Dave, I misread your comments. My apologies. You know, that's kind of the hard thing too when you're talking with people, right? You guys can hear my voice. You can kind of gather how to take something I'm saying or maybe my meaning. But when you're reading a text message, you know, it's hard to always know exactly what's meant. What's going on, Utah Dad? What do you mean you had muzzle broke on earlier today? I'm picking it up, Thomas. Like I said, I'm sitting here talking with you guys and trying to read all the comments, but I'm also looking at some stuff from Riff Raff that he published, and I just opened up this press, so I was looking at the literature for that. So it's not that I'm not paying attention, but sometimes I'm not always catching every comment either. I did see Glock discontinued a bunch of guns. It's kind of weird, but when you're not giving the customers what they want, kind of got to do something. I think some of the guns they're discontinuing don't make sense. You know, should they discontinue a 40? I don't know. 357 SIG, I don't know. I think they're keeping 10 millimeter, right? I don't think they're getting rid of 10 millimeter. I think I heard something about 45. It might be. I think Glock needs to come out with a better textured frame. They need to come out with better triggers. I need to come out with a factory comp model. Yeah, they absolutely have been hitting copy and paste. And it's catching up to them. You know, their competitors, their patents expired on Gen 3. So countries are able to start producing them, and they're producing them better and cheaper. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that signal. That's owned by NSA. You can, it's hard to find, but you can go back and this NSA and the FBI actually admitted that they created Signal to be able to recover information. Now, I've had the agreement, people like, no, it's not there. There was press briefings on them having it. Do you like Canucks, John? Like the PDP better? I think a lot of law enforcement has gone back to 9s. Might be true, Thomas. I think if Glock doesn't really come out with some serious, what I want to call it, changes in their firearms, they're still not going to sell shit. Pea shooter. I wouldn't want to get shot with a 38, I can tell you that. Is Canik actually making it, or are they just importing it?
Can you move? Good boy.
Cardboard away. What do you mean? What are my stands in privacy? Not sure what you mean there. That's a hard question, right? So that's a really hard question. And one aspect you want to say no, they shouldn't be. But in another real world, yeah, they should be able to. You know, there's a lot of threats that exist. So how I stand about it, I don't know. It's kind of like how I stand about firearms, right? Yes, we should be able to have firearms. Yes, we should be able to have machine guns and everything else. But is there some sense on my end that maybe not everybody should be allowed a firearm? Maybe at some points people do things that, yeah, man, you can't have guns no more. Kinda, right? Pull up the Canik CNIK Brown and high power. I'm curious. You know, Edward Snowden too, when he came out with a lot of his stuff, nobody was surprised. He didn't tell anybody anything that we already didn't know. You know, is my phone being monitored 24/7? Yeah, it is. Does the NSA have a supercomputer that pretty much everything goes through? It absolutely does. You know, should you have a reasonable belief that you should be able to operate and not be surveilled? Yeah, you should. You know, I don't know. It's that type of stuff is hard, and a lot of the technology that's being used is slippery slope. Canik S120 is the model.
Yeah.
You know, the thing with Silk Road is there was more stuff on there than just illicit trades. You know, it was, lack of a better terms, it was like a Craigslist. You know, there was It was definitely the dark criminal element, but it was more than just criminal activity. So should somebody be responsible when people are misappropriating it? I don't know. I don't know. John's arsenal. So we were talking about you earlier when Orange Smoke was in here, and he said he was kind of waiting for you because he had some questions about shotguns. And I looked up, and at my time it was like 3:20, 3:30. I said, John's probably still taking a nap. Yeah, I've been live. I'm down. Obviously until I end the stuff, I won't really know for sure what my hours are. But when we did our calculations before live today, I was right about 100 hours I need left. So we've been on here, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, right?
2:32 for minutes is all I calculated, and so 230 divided by 60, so almost 4 hours.
So almost 4 hours. So we've had a lot of chats. I'm not sure for views. It's hard.
Deep diving all the stuff about it.
Wonder how much that costs.
It's down further in there. I think it's at like 430 or something.
I could almost consider buying a Canic if I bought the high power clone. $470. MSRP $470. I could probably consider buying a Canic for that. Interesting.
Yeah.
I could probably handle buying a Canic for that. I think SHOT Show will be interesting. There's a lot of cool things coming out today. But yeah, John, how are you doing today? I see you already responded to somebody. Did you get your truck home? That's the steel frame gun, isn't it? Give me that back. I didn't look at the specs on it. I just looked at the gun and pictures. Let's see. Dimension scales. It's a black steel frame. It says frame black steel. Grip is black polymer. Frame mounted manual safety. Yeah, so that's a steel frame gun. Without anime. my oldest would dig the anime. Or no, he's into hentai.
Well, that's a
form of it.
Yeah.
Probably. I think a lot of them are going to have that new Glock optic mounting system. Which again, why reinvent the wheel? Just give the customers what they want. They want a better textured frame. They want maybe a little bit better cock insertions, better sights, better trigger, and a factory comp gun with, you know. Oh, you gonna try to get it home tomorrow? Yeah, for the money it was, what did I say, $345 for the gun, or $420?
$470.
$470. You want to zoom in on the Tommy gun? Oh, actually, I could do it. Okay. Yeah, we busted that out today, John. Yeah. A High Point utilized the Glock mag and the PCC. William, I think they're cool as hell too. The ones from H&R, them are actually really cool guns. On 16th. Do you want to share how old your birthday is, or how old you're gonna be? I feel like if you hold a Tommy gun, you need a fedora and tan suit, glasses. 70 years old. That's something. I hope I'm blessed to be an old man. I'm not saying that's necessarily old, but it's mature. Adult Swim and HBO isn't available. Interesting. Well, I don't know. I don't even know what language that is. Aniki 06. But yeah. I'm close on hours, John. Almost there. I wanted to actually go shooting today. My son and I were gonna go, and he's like, maybe we should just stay home and do the live and try to finish out these hours. Yeah, I kind of talk like hitting the hours is the end of the process, and really it's only the beginning. But TV gangster. You know, Thomas, depending on when you come, another really cool thing that you would probably really enjoy would be going to a baseball game. One of the Major League Baseball games. Football's off the hook. That's literally a riot. But a good American Major League Baseball game, that's something you'd probably really like too. So John, we got Thomas in here. He's from Germany. So he's been on the channel a few other times chatting. It's a double barrel harpoon gun. It's a pistol for self-defense, a carry gun. I found pictures of it earlier and we were looking at it, and I'm telling you what, I definitely wouldn't want to be shot with a harpoon gun. Just in no way, shape, or form does that look like it would be a good time.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd much rather be shot by a gun than a harpoon gun.
Portuguese. What do you call an Italian with Down syndrome? Portuguese. Good jokes. I like stuff like that. And John Wicks, John's Arsenal. I don't know if you've been to his channel, but he's got probably one of the most impressive firearm collections I've seen. Um, he's got some really cool stuff in his vault. The Wyatt Earp edition. I'm not sure what that is. Look that up. Wyatt Earp Rossi 22 lever. Does that have the big loop? We'll have to look it up. Look that up. I'm curious what it looks like. Long barrel.
Oh, it looks like a better version of Golden Boy.
Let's see.
I'm getting fully opened up.
Well, I want to fully open up your mom. What's big? John, were you taking a nap earlier? I'm curious if I got that right. If I did, it's funny. But Patriot Arms, how are you doing? Welcome back. You weren't making butter videos, were you?
Like I said, I've got images for it to get a decent look at it.
On phone all day. That's all right. So now I feel bad about saying you were probably taking a nap. Well, that's sharp. That's sharp looking. We pulled up that Wyatt Earp Rossi gun. That's actually pretty slick.
Yeah, like I said, it looks like a better version of the Golden Boy.
I didn't know Henry made revolvers. I think they just make long guns. Pull up their, actually, hold on. I have their information right here. We got it sent to us.
We did get that. Oh yeah, I forgot we did.
We can open up. They sent me a bunch of information.
Yeah, I forgot. They sent us this back.
Oh boy, oh boy. Am I going to buy a super safety? Not until there's court cases that rule it's legal. So the forced reset triggers by name, which are WOT and Rare Breed, have been ruled in court that they're illegal. The Delta Team Tactical, the Graves, some of these other ones, there's no court case on them saying they're legal. The super safety especially, there's nothing saying that's legal. Do I believe that the function of it's legal? Yes, I do. But I'm not going to spend years in prison or jail trying to fight a court case. Think about how long it took Rare Breed to fight this case. It started in what, 22? Or 21? You know what I mean? So you're talking 4 or 5 years for this. And Rare Breed is still fighting it. They're still have an injunction filed against them in New York. That's why they're not producing them and selling them. So, as cool as it would be to have them, and as much fun as it would be, I'm still waiting on my triggers to be returned from the ATF that they took. So, I'm not necessarily wanting to poke the bear. For somebody else, I mean, feel free, but
I guess they do.
Oh, they do?
Two revolvers. That's all they have for revolvers right there.
Hey John, they do make revolvers. They got a big boy revolver with a bird's head grip, and then they got a gunfighter. Both 357.38. Holy fuck, are they proud of them though? MSRP of a little over 900 cheeseburgers. I'd be curious to see one in person.
Yeah. Well, with everything coming up, we might just see one.
They got some really cool shit though.
Yeah, they do.
I'll take one of everything, please. That pump action they have looks pretty cool too. The well, they give a model number, they don't give a name. It's a 22 long rifle. Then they have a 22 Magnum, and their pump action. They were kind of cool looking. Ooh, the all-weather sexy as shit too. Let's put this back.
Before you start ordering stuff.
No, they came to my house. If you want to see the documentation on it all, I can show that at some point. But when they started issuing letters, so it came out like on the news that they were issuing letters, the next day I had my letter in the mail and it was certified. They knew what I bought, they knew when I bought it, and they had every email that was sent back and forth to companies. They had the tracking number, they had their ducks in a row when they showed up. To me, I gave them up. A couple $100 trigger wasn't worth the fight, and being I was one of the first people to get letters, maybe because of my alphabetical name, maybe for whatever reason, they showed up. They had local law enforcement with them who I knew. I gave them the triggers. I'm still waiting for them to come back. I have documentation of them confiscating them. I have documentation of them sending if you're going to buy with cash and don't have it sent to your house, you're probably fine, but I'm not going to say for sure. I'm not even sure I want to say that because that kind of puts me into it, but Cool Gamer on the table. Probably that Ruger. I like the 8Ks, they were fun to shoot. But I think, gentlemen, I'm gonna go ahead and end this so we can get going on something for supper. I might come back in a few hours. I'll pull this up and see where we're at on hours. So with that, I'm gonna give you guys a minute to say bye. Cool Gamer, I appreciate you subbing. Double tap the screen, put a like up on this for me. Any of you guys that are still watching, there's a bunch of you guys out there yet. Double tap the screen, throw a like on it. Consider subscribing to the channel. There's a bunch of other channels that have been in and out of the chat. And you'll see them. They're all moderators. They all have the little wrench by their name. Check out their channels. They all have cool channels. They're all good people. So with that, gentlemen, ladies, things, I'll catch you all another time. You have a good night. Maybe I'll see you later yet tonight. Bye.